you use, you are making those officers on the ground blind. They operate without information that assists them save their own lives, but also the lives of South Africans. I think
Thank you.
that is the statement I wanted to make.
Finally, from my end, I've got one last question. You were part of this system because you worked within SAPS from 2004 up until 2012. And one of the things that you testified is that when you faced difficulties through the provincial commissioner, you would write letters to the head office, which means you know that you've got the know-how of the various institutions that can assist with an investigation. Have you personally taken any steps besides coming to Parliament in finding out what has happened with General Mkhwanazi's investigation, or even reporting to entities like IPED that you are aware are available? Have you used any of your resources? What steps have you personally taken to assist with the investigation?
Thank you. It was not only me. It was a collective of people who actually decided to follow up what was going on. So I wouldn't take the credit. Yes, when I say we know the investigator, it's because of those efforts to actually start to get closer and find out what is going on that such information comes to the fore. But we have done our level best, and we use Parliament as a last resort. I may not be the best amongst us to come before you. I may not be the most talented or the most highest ranking official, but I was trained, as all of us, that the closest man to the radio is the one who must call for Mayday. We are pleading with Parliament to do something about this. Because, as I referenced earlier, yeah, same script, different cast. The challenges that I saw during the period when General Nhlanhla was fighting with General Mkhwanazi, it led to weaponization of so many intelligence tools that are designed and meant to protect the people of South Africa. And that is why I said a factional battle within crime intelligence is no ordinary factional battle. It's one of its own level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dujeni. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize. It's now 20 minutes past 4. And I'm going to allocate all of you 30 minutes each until 9:30 tonight. It's 5 hours. I've counted all of you here. Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Sakanyile, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Skwasana, Honorable Kwalabanat, Honorable Tlhopha, Honorable Mattheys, Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, Honorable James. It's 5 hours, 30 minutes each. If you use 5 minutes of the 30 minutes, it's not a law that you must use 30 minutes. Yes. So the reason why I'm doing this is because the witnesses are two. And it is no longer going to be possible for us to take the third witness, the anonymous, because she claims that the statement which is before us is not her statement, and that, yeah, so that has to be sorted out. I mean, she says, I sent a statement to so and so says, I'm here. Where is the statement? And then Yeah. So we can't be dealing with that merry-go-round. If her statement is available, she has it. She must just present the statement now and we will attend to it tomorrow. Than to go on a merry-go-round of accusations to say, I sent this. But the witness is here. If she has a statement, she can just present it. The statement that she claims to be her statement. And that other one who was here in the morning, the procedure is different because it's not coming from SAPS crime intelligence, it's coming from SSA. So the legislation that employs officials to state security is different from SAPS. So we must make sure that there is compliance with that law before he comes to testify. The legal team is dealing with that. They would be able to appraise us of the progress that is being made. So the witnesses that we have today is until 9:30 or until 10 o'clock or until 11 or whatever time members want to take the run. But I have allocated you until 9:30. We are going to break at 20 hours tonight. We must not waste time by discussing time. Honorable Sangon and Honorable Source, let me hear what you want to say.
Don't intimidate us, Chair. No, Chairperson, I'm sorry, I heard the word break and I thought you were going to say we must break for a few minutes before we come back. And I wanted to say, Chair, before we break, there was something very important this witness said. He said, given a proper platform,
Yes.
he would be willing to raise certain issues. And I want us to discuss the proper platform. I think this matter came up during our terms of reference. Would we have in-camera? We made provision for in-camera. We've never used it. And I think the testimony before us today perhaps compels us to invoke that part of our terms of reference to listen to the witness fully, if that would be a proper platform as you request. It's a plea, Chair, that I'm putting to the committee, that I think we must afford him to say things that he feels that he would not be able to say in a proper platform. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Yes, Chair. That the Supreme Leader of the ANC caucus has covered me on the first one. And then the second one is one of the witnesses said that she had an audio to play. And I was wondering, when are we playing that audio to hear what she was submitting as evidence? Thank you.
So we will listen to the audio. If it is on the time, it is on your time, and I'm reducing the time allocated to you. Where is that audio? Miss Mashale, did you? Yeah. And then with regard to the information that you want to share with us is it not a classified information?
I don't think this is the correct platform, Honorable Chair.
No. Is it a classified?
It includes classified aspects, yes. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, so the legal team will advise us appropriately, because even if it is in camera, for as long as the information is classified, that must be done in compliance with the law. We must not go in camera, and when we are in camera, we are told that we don't qualify to receive classified information until we have undergone a particular process. That is how classified information is presented. So it's a matter which the legal team will look at and advise accordingly on how, if we have to arrange for an in-camera proceedings. it must be in compliance. Our terms of reference, remember, Honorable Sangwen, are very unambiguous that whatever information we get which is classified, it must be in compliance with the existing legislation. Yeah, Mrs. Marshall.
Yes, Chair. If I can just assist relating to the investigation that he referred to.
No. 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 I'm saying no. If you want to say anything, the members will ask you that question, you will respond. Yeah. You must not conduct yourself like you are a pair of strikers playing for the team that I support. If one does not score, we know the other will score. Yeah. Where is that audio? Who is responsible for the audio pilot? Honorable Nhlanhla, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair.
You were not here last week. We missed you terribly. We missed you dearly.
Yes, Chair, I was held up and I missed you too.
Yeah, but before you came here, when you watched on television, what is the color of my suit? Because during break, Honorable Breitenbach says, hey, when we look you on television, we just see a complete DA member. And then I say, Honorable Cameron, we may be running government together. I'm fully African National Congress. For sure, this suit is as old as the DA. Are we waiting for the audio? Didn't you sort it out during break? Mr. Ramano, are we having the audio playing? Or you want a break? Those who want a break, may you please raise your hands. Let me see. May you raise your hand. Let me see those who want a break. Those who know the right answer, may you raise your hand. Okay. Those who want a break. Okay. Okay. I had thought that we will start at past. We have not started. So I'm giving you a break to come back at quarter to 5. Yeah? 20 to what? I'm saying quarter to 5. No, tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, honorable members, the mistake that we made was to accord Zoleka the status of honorable member. Can I see those of you who want to speak? It's all of you. Okay. Can we start with the audio? Because now I'm satisfied that all members want to speak. Who is responsible? Did we receive the link? Okay, let's have the audio playing.
No, Tina says we're not satisfied with the investigators.
Obana bangekho satisfied with the investigators. So, as Mr. Chauke, you were not satisfied.
We're not satisfied. So we requested them. They must be changed and get another team, and that's what happened.
You know why I'm asking, Mr. Chauke? I'm asking because the older team came at home and explained themselves. We understand which we are this team.
Yeah. Who were those who came?
First, it was Gininda and them, and then the Gininda with Teleze, I think we understand. So now we are now confused with who are the actual people who are the actual people. Yes, who are the actual people in the case, we understand. But I'm glad what you are saying, what you are not happy with are you not happy with umsebenzi wobuthelezi no Gininda?
The people to say this is the person who committed the offense.
Okay.
And in that case, the people in the house will discover that all they are liars.
Okay.
So with that, we needed to do those investigations. The police still have to go back to the people and say, look, I'm a story now, and what sort of things.
Okay. So
which Butelis and Gininda
yes
did not do. You understand?
Okay.
Now you need to have experienced policemen who go there and assess these people, say, no, look here, this thing. Remember, they lied initially about Bakomba, Kawashi Lapana,
okay. Yes.
Which is which was the nonsense story and all sort of things.
So
they need to go back to them to say, look, we don't buy the story that there is somebody who came from around coming to commit robbery and whatever.
So, according to you, Mr. Chauke, you are mhlampe ngingasho ukuthi ngamanye amazwi you are saying ukuthi there is no one who came in.
Our theory now, from where we are sitting,
yes,
we suspect that the shooting happened amongst the people inside the house.
Okay.
Not that because umuntu from somewhere as a commit a robbery and Hello? What is this? Hello?
Yeah, yes, no problem.
What I'm saying,
yes,
Mayor, is the following.
Yes.
From our assessment, when we read the statements and the
yes,
people there,
yes,
we don't think, and there is somebody who came from outside that who's a robber.
Okay, yes.
It's a nonsense story. There's nothing like that.
There's nothing like that.
Yeah, we suspect that the shooting happened amongst the people inside the house.
Okay, so
this is what this crack team must go in.
They must put this theory into, yes, and then from there what will happen?
No, once they've identified who is what they would have to arrest that person.
So now I'm a suspect angiyazi detail.
I'm a suspect, that's why I'm getting. From our theory.
As NPA.
Yeah, we think there is no suspect who came from anywhere.
Yes.
The shooting happened amongst the people inside the house.
Yes. So this new team of Carlos and Knight, they have to prove that? And then from there,
they will be in a position, the prosecutors will be in a position to decide and say, look, the chap who must be charged, but this one is an accessory like this.
So Carlos no Knight basebenza na ipi prosecutor basebenza ne prosecutor.
I'm not so sure. That's why I get to go. These documents were taken about 2 months ago.
Okay.
And then the national office of Shamila, they are going to decide.
So Shamila kumele decide
which office
the prosecutor
and
which office must. So uShamila ngayenza kanjani appointment na ngoba you know this thing ubaba useshonile ogogo nabo nami I don't know what is happening and mhlambe ngayenza kanjani appointment no Khehla Sithole or uShamila.
So what is happening?
Yes. Yeah.
I just do not have the contact details of the police. I expect them that they will come to the family in terms of them being the new investigation team. So if I had the numbers, that's why I'm with a checking office file and see if we now our contact number so that we can give them to you and then you can phone.
Can I wait for her to check any number? Carlos,
that file you sent to me, do you still have it here? The file.
Office file.
Yeah. And it's not a
and the message I have on a missed call. I can't talk now. I think he's in a meeting.
Yeah, I think so. I think they said they were supposed to attend a meeting in Pretoria.
Which I can't talk.
But maybe what we should do is try and see if we are able to trace the file either in his office or from.
Or maybe I can come back tomorrow if you guys don't mind.
So that we can give him the telephone numbers of those policemen
and the police.
Those who came here. So I think maybe their numbers should be in the office.
Okay, you can right now sit in my office and then I'll go and try to trace.
No, I don't mind. I can come back. Maybe I can stay a day or come back tomorrow. I don't know if go to JJ Low corner or because I just want to meet Mhlampe Usithole if possible. Because mailing it mangwele ekaim the ningwele ne.
No, it's fine. That's what I'm saying. Let me check if I can't trace it. Then we'll make another day. Maybe use as access. So I'll go and check in his office if he didn't leave it there.
If you get the
okay. No, in Kaluksala says talk no baba while you are checking.
Hello. Hey. Abshen. If tricycle Michel. Hey. Yeah, the way. Hey.
Okay. I think we should have come to the end of the audio, isn't it? Who are the people in the audio?
Sifiso Miwa sent me the audio. He said is his cousin and Advocate Chauke, who was the Gauteng DPP.
What is the name of the cousin?
Siabonga. Is it Siabonga Miwa?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The first speaker will be Honorable Sokanyile, followed by Honorable Matthys. And then your time is no longer 30 minutes. I cannot tell you how much time it is now, but it is no longer 30 minutes. Your time has started now, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to our
It's now 8 minutes past 5. Thank you.
You'll stop me when you like.
Now, when you start it, it's 8 minutes past 5. When you finish, you must count how much time you used.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've already greeted you. You can see that you are at a high speed. Mrs. Mashale, when Lieutenant General Kumalo gave evidence to this ad hoc committee, he said that you were dismissed from the Department of Health, which you did not disclose when you were appointed with SAPS. And then, did you disclose that?
Thank you so much, Honorable. When I made my application, I filled in that old Z83 forms. Everything is supposed to still be on my personal file. So in the Z83 forms, they ask you all those questions. Were you working at were you employed by a previous department? Where did you study? I filled in all that information there. And as I explained to the advocate earlier, I submitted my termination of my studies because I was studying to become a nurse. So I terminated in June of 1998. I submitted my medical certificate because I was also on medical leave because I had an emergency appendicitis. So these documents were submitted together to the college. And the outcome after I was charged departmentally, after the allegations of General Molloy that I never disclosed, Department of Health was called to the departmental trial to come and testify. The head office was called, the general said the head office was called. General Patlani signed off after the departmental trial was finalized to say.
And the disciplinary procedures?
Yes.
Okay.
And General Patlani signed off the annexure. I did submit an annexure to say this matter was not because of the mistake of Mema Shali. She did submit. Department of Health came to testify that she did submit everything. They were the ones who failed to capture everything on the system.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No, it's fine. Leave it there. Then, can you take this committee? Or why do you mention that now your dismissal was unlawful with SAPS now?
Now we are speaking about two different things. The one where it was alleged that I was dismissed because I didn't disclose was in it was in 2008.
The recent one?
The recent one is because of Regulation 9. As I said earlier, Advocate Makabula came here to speak about the unlawfulness and unconstitutionality of Regulation 9, where you are charged, you are invited to a hearing. It's not even a hearing, it's a meeting. And in that meeting, the charges are read against you, but you are not being afforded the opportunity to challenge those charges. After reading the charges to you, then you get dismissed.
So that's why you are saying that it's an expeditious process, that Rule 9.
Yes, it's expeditious.
Then, according to your own understanding, is the reason that the provision of this Rule 9 is still being used despite the judgment on its constitutionality?
Yes, because according to my information, there were recent cases, that it was declared unconstitutional last year, September, through the SSBC agreements with South African Police Service, and they declared that Regulation 9 should be set aside because it's unconstitutional. But I know about people who are still being charged under Regulation 9,
Then did-
despite the fact that even SAPS agreed with Triple SBC that the Regulation 9 is unconstitutional.
Then did you challenge your dismissal in
I
any court
did.
of law?
Yes, I did challenge my dismissal at the Triple SBC, and it was eventually referred to the public protector because of the fact that I just sent the letter from the Human Rights Commission to the advocate. The Human Rights Commission confirmed that the disclosures that I made to the National Commissioner in January 2021 did meet the criteria of protected disclosures. And hence, in the second paragraph, the next paragraph, they say that any retaliation against an employee who made protected disclosures amounts to a criminal offense.
So there's no other outcome
There's
from
up to so far, we
it's of
followed
Human Rights Commission and Public
the,
Protect.
the National Commissioner is not even responding to the inquiries. Despite the fact that I was acquitted of all charges, and I sent a letter to the National Commissioner. I must also add that while on dismissal, my pension was unlawfully withdrawn without my consent, without my knowledge. And I also had to submit a complaint to the SIU regarding to that, because when I received a message from GPF that my pension withdrawal application was approved, I immediately contacted them and I told them, but I'm in the process of challenging my dismissal. Who made the pension withdrawal approval? Because SAPS and GPF is two different departments. SAPS cannot make a withdrawal application on behalf of an employee, on behalf of a member of GPF. But despite that, when the investigation office of GPF came with the documents, my pension withdrawal application was signed by a captain at service termination.
No, it's fine. You know, when Mary DeHaas' name was mentioned, I saw you were laughing. Then, what can you say about your relationship with Mary DeHaas? And why were you laughing? If you can just...
The reason why I was laughing is when I referred to the title, because I was saying professor and I was helping myself. So no, not professor. That's why I was laughing. But as I said earlier,
Your relationship with her?
yes, we are a group of whistleblowers, a small group of whistleblowers who have suffered retaliation after blowing the whistle in the workplace. But not only that, the brother of Babita Diukuran is also in our whistleblower group. So Mary DeHaas is a social worker. We also have Mr. John Clark, who's a social worker. We have Dr. Margie DeHaas, who is a medical doctor. We support one another morally. We are there for one another, and that is where the relation started with Mary DeHaas. As I said earlier, when everyone else, even the people that I thought was my friends, called me an information peddler, Mary DeHaas didn't know me, but she believed me. So that is where the relationship started with Mary DeHaas.
It's because she was very much passionate writing about your safety, Mary DeHaas.
And the reason for that is she knows my situation. She knows that I'm currently in exile since 2022. She knows the suffering that my children are going through.
Okay, it's fine. But are you aware that what you are telling Mary has in turn influenced that directive of the 31st December 2024. Do you know that directive?
Relating to my situation.
Yeah, relating to your situation, because even the then minister, that is the Minister Mkhwanazi, said the disbandment of the PKTT, it was informed by what Mrs. Mashale said, Mary has, what was said by you. So I'm saying that you influenced the disbandment of the PKTT. Can you agree to that?
I will not agree to that. Because if I do things and I say things, maybe negative or positive, and it influences someone, I cannot be blamed for that.
It is because
If the
of what-
minister decided to use
No.
information,
Take it from me now. It is what Mary has said about your situation.
but my situation have absolutely nothing to do with the PKTT. So I don't understand why does it influence, did it influence? My situation had to do with exposing corruption in the South African Police Service. And the minister came here and he said that I used to see her post on Facebook. And I thought that minister never spoke to me and I never spoke to him. The person whom I spoke in the minister's office was Mr. Cedric Nkabinde. Also not relating to the PKT. I referred people who have, and I specifically mentioned the Sindiso Maqaka case when I spoke to Cedric Nkabinde. So I fail to understand how can the fact that I've been exposing corruption in SAPS 2008 now influence the minister to disband the PKTT on 31st September 2024? Doesn't make sense. The PKT have been established in 2019. I started to blow the whistle in 2008. And now in 2024, come the minister, and now it seems like my exposure of corruption that had nothing to do with the PKTT has now influenced the decision of the minister.
No, it's fine. Thanks. Thanks about that.
Okay.
Again, I'm coming to you, sir. In your affidavit, you indicate that officers were not assessed and sit again ngokukhusela. Thank you. In your affidavit, you indicate that officers were assessed not by skill, integrity, or experience, but put by loyalty to specific, power blocks. That is their promotion. It came about being loyal to a specific power block. Can you assist me? Are you talking about the blocks within power blocks within the crime intelligence?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Put plainly, I know Mkhwanazi promoted his girlfriend there in the Eastern Cape, made a captain. It's not a secret.
Who's that girlfriend?
General Mkhwanazi promoted his girlfriend there.
Who's
I just
that
forgot
girlfriend,
the name of
the name?
I just forgot the name of that lady, but I can give it to the committee. He promoted it. It wasn't something that was hidden, you know. So why I say promotions were not merit-based and were based on loyalties. I myself, I was going to be a colonel, but because I refused to give testimony or to falsify, give false evidence, they decide, no, you're not going to become this. So it is from that background where I say what I witnessed within crime intelligence
Okay.
was not necessarily people who were being promoted on their ability to actually assist in the fight against crime,
Okay.
but being loyal to the general, the divisional commissioner at the time.
So a power block can be formed by one person,
Yes.
just for interest's sake, because he is in a senior position, can use his power.
No,
It's
definitely.
not a cabal of some people.
Well, I can't say I can't dismiss a hypothesis that says it's not a cabal of people. I'll give you another example with this thing of the withdrawal of posts. They like to do that. When I was there were posts that were advertised.
Mm.
When they realized that not the right candidates or the preferred candidates must be promoted, they withdraw the post. That's why I was saying earlier, same script, different cast. But they're
Some
using,
posts were not being advertised.
well, they
would
withdraw.
simply
They
appoint.
advertise. After advertising, when they realize, no, man, it's not the right people that need to actually get appointed.
General Mkhwanazi's girlfriend, was the post advertised?
Yeah, it was advertised.
It was advertised.
An external advertisement. One of those which allow lateral placement. So even if you were coming from the private sector and you were a lowest, even if you were unemployed, you could occupy a senior rank within the SAPS. It was one of those appointments.
You suggest that the committee must also weigh the consequences of centralizing dockets and disbanding field-driven units, as seen with the removal of the PKTT and the 121 case dockets from KwaZulu-Natal. Further that, in fact, the part of a broader sabotage of independent policing. Can you elaborate on the broader sabotage of independent policing that you're talking about?
Let me sketch this scenario to you.
Okay.
Something that I've witnessed on the ground. You are investigating a criminal network. That is what the PKTT was doing. And I'm going to also supplement this with already what has been testified at the Nhlanhla Commission. Whilst you are investigating as this PKTT, you receive an instruction to disband. Now, understand this. The SAPS is a semi-military organization. It's not tomorrow. If I say withdraw, you withdraw and you do it now. So when the instruction now comes and and before I actually make this point, understand that it's already now common knowledge that the PKTT actually utilized intelligence as part of its strategy and its approach. So it meant that it would utilize basic information at a level of overt structures. Perhaps it would also utilize deep cover agents to infiltrate the network of the people being investigated. Now, here comes this letter on the 31st. This letter disbands the PKTT. Once it disbands it, what does Nhlanhla do? What would I do as Nhlanhla? I would say to my people, whoever leaves in the next 2 weeks, I know who is a mole. I know who is a spy inside. It inadvertently exposes those who would have been able to proceed as far as infiltrating the network of the people who are targets. Those are the real consequences on the ground. But a minister's power and instruction has a ripple effect within law enforcement. I can tell you for free, the minute that the letter was received, a national instruction is issued. That national instruction that was issued disbands whatever authorizations that people on the ground, agents on the ground actually had. So what it would have done, it would have immediately, one, exposed people who had been closer to the network of Mr. Nhlanhla. Two, it also poses a danger now because every operation that takes place must have a life cycle. You enter as an agent focusing on a target. You build up the information, but it has a climax. You reach a point where there is the reveal, where you say, I am an agent, I am a police officer, and the culprit is taken to court and you testify. But when you break that cycle and it does not run its full cycle, you stand the risk of exposing people who may have been used as deep cover agents. And that is where I say, these decisions that are taken at head office, particularly when they do not consult forces on the ground, have serious implications. And perhaps if there is more consultation, particularly from people who are operating within the units, you would have decisions that are taken that lead to a more, even if the PKTT was eventually dissolved, but before you do it, because by nature, the investigations that law enforcement actually undertakes, it involves people's lives, which you must at all times always protect before you give an instruction or a command.
So you're saying that it was wrong the way it was done?
When I look at it from the outside, I feel a lot more could have been done. So much more could have been done in a way that would ensure that when they withdraw the forces, because, Honorable Chair, we are not in a conference with crime or an imbizo. It's a war against crime. And there are these competing forces, and you can term it good or bad. But ultimately, when an instruction is issued, it must always be cognizant of the ripple effect and what needs to happen before those instructions are issued. That is my honest opinion. That is what I see from the outside.
Okay.
I don't know I don't want to answer what you are really saying. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine, I get it. Then now, under topic 4, you talk about political retribution. You indicate that it signaled to all within SAPS that even those in the upper echelons of command are not immune from it. That is the political retribution. When they investigate the wrong truth, then this is in relation to your analysis of circumstances leading to the death of General Mkhwanazi. What do you mean by that political retribution?
Well, my understanding of politics may be limited, but it is perceptions that actually shape the day. Leading up to the assassination of General Mkhwanazi, and judging from the remarks that he made, the comments that he made, he obviously was of the view that there were those within the South African Police Service who had certain beliefs that necessarily he did not agree with. And these beliefs can be attributed to what is right and what is wrong. So I mention that because it is, in my view, my own assessment that leading up to the assassination of General Mkhwanazi, perhaps he did not agree with what other quarters wanted to do at head office.
Okay.
Yeah. And he took a particular position, And for that, he may have suffered the ultimate price.
When did the family of General Mkhwanazi heard about the proceedings of the investigation towards his death? Or it was quiet when the docket was taken from Cambridge police station to head office? Or was there anything that was said? Or they are constantly put on par with the investigation, what is happening now?
I think what has constantly stood out from the family is that they are not happy with the progress that's been made. To give you
Is
context.
there a progress or no progress?
I wouldn't
Or
call-
they are not happy how the investigation?
I wouldn't call that progress, unfortunately. The manner in which everything unfolded,
Uh,
to the rushed funeral, well, it had to happen. But it was the family's efforts that led to the reports, the court toxicology report. It's the family's efforts, not law enforcement. So I think the family has played their part. It is law
Mr.
enforcement.
Dokken, I'm saying that now the dockets have been taken to the head office. Up to now, are they constantly being informed about what is happening with the investigation? Or it is quiet?
Not consistently. Yes, there is occasional informing of the family, but it is not consistent. You will appreciate that it's been 5 years.
Mm,
And
That's why I'm
yeah,
asking,
it's been
because
5
it's
years.
5 years now.
And
And a person who was high in the police, at least it should have been a quicker.
you come across their Facebook posts, you come across interactions with various whistleblowers, and you can see the desperation that the family, the suffering that they're going through. That's why I said, I don't think that's progress. That's not progress. I mean, a constable could have done that investigative, where it is now. A constable could have done that. Head office has resources, real resources, to get to the bottom of this. And I think it's high time that either they pull their weight or someone else takes over the investigation. But my view is that for as long as head office is the crime scene, you cannot hand the docket to be investigated where everything had sort of taken place and there are people who are implicated there. That's my honest view, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Chair? Done.
Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sokanyile did not reach the 30-minute mark.
Oh, you're giving me a time. Thank you, Chair.
It's a-
Appreciate it.
It's your time now.
She must thank the gracious ANC for allowing her to go before the.
They have been very gracious.
You are our
today.
sibling. You are our offspring.
Okay,
Offspring,
okay,
we must
mommy,
allow you
for today. Thank you for donating the time so we can ask questions about ANC leadership in SAPS. Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, good afternoon again, Ms. Patricia. Let's start off with the victimization started with you in SAPS because you started blowing whistle on corruption, etc. Do you remember the first instance, but try and keep it short, of what it is that you reported on that instigated or ignited rather the victimization as you reported?
Afternoon again, Honorable Matthys. Yes, the first instant was immediate retaliation from General Lysia. He was the one I can remember I was on study leave in April when I received a call from Nhlanhla and said there's a notice of departmental trial against you. And mind you, I submitted documents whereby I found out later that even the appointment letters of the investigation officer and the employer rep was forged. Because when I went to the departmental office to find out about this file, because I wanted information, I want documents, one of the people, Mr. Gert Venter, he was like, but I don't know about this file. And said, can you please find out for me? And he went to his commander, Colonel Nanive. And when he comes back, he said to me, we don't have a file like that. So I asked him, so if you don't have a file like that, if this departmental trial was not registered formally,
The department, it was the HR, or it was an appointment of someone?
the discipline office are the ones who are doing the appointments.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it must go through their office. There must be investigation first. After the investigation, when they decided there is a case, it's only then when they register it with legal services. And it's only then when the file are being taken to discipline office. That process was not followed. Generally, Sia did it himself. I submitted the documents that even the presiding officer, when I asked him about his appointment letter, he said, I don't have an appointment letter. I asked the employer rep, where's my appointment letter? The employer rep said, no, I will bring it to you, Brigadier. Up to today, I have never, because the name that was signed on the appointment letter of the employer rep was of a brigadier who passed away, Brigadier Molloy. And I just found out later that between General Sia, Van der Merwe, Colonel Ligo, they forged everything.
Okay. So summary of what you're saying is that the first thing that you picked up and what you had reported or you started investigating on your own was the lack of appointment letters.
Yes.
And there were files for these people that existed to be on SAP's payroll.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to 3.2. When you and your husband met with state security agencies, and you said your husband was contacted by a Mr. Mark Mkhwanazi. I hope I'm
Mike Mkhwanazi. It should be Mike.
It's Mike, not Mark. Okay. How did you know that these were SSA state security agents? Besides them saying that they were, how did you and your husband verify that they were?
Okay.
Try to answer as short as possible, please.
Because my husband met with the former Minister of SSA, Mr. Zizi Kodwa. That was the first meeting. Mr. Zizi Kodwa informed him that as a result of all this corruption that because Mr. Mike Mkhwanazi was the one who brought them in contact. And then he said the president instructed him to appoint this team of SSA.
Who said that? The former minister, Zizi?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there in the meeting when your husband met him, the former minister?
They were not there yet. They came afterwards.
Okay, what I'm asking you, were you part of that meeting?
I was not in the meeting, but I was in the car there because Mr. Zizi Kodwa drove to Bloemfontein. They met at the engine garage on the N1. So that is where he said that this is what's going to happen. The president is going to want me to establish a team, and I'm going to send a team, and that is indeed what happened.
And then what happened with this team? What was the outcome of it?
What happened? We gave this team a lot of information. There was 2 memory cards that was given to them with information on it, also relating to the stolen firearms, to the.
I think you gave us that information, yes. But ultimately, after you provided them with all the information.
After my phone was, I still have a message that I sent to Mr. Zizi Kodwa. After my phone was confiscated, because now I even gave them that phone that was confiscated to download all the files on that phone. And then that was in September of 2021. And then October 2021, my phone get confiscated. And then after that, they never communicated with us again.
So what was your analysis of the involvement of the then minister Zizi? What were they trying to achieve with you and your husband, trying to get information from you? Have you done an assessment on that? Because it's weird that a minister in state security meets with citizens, gets information, and then just disappear off the face of the earth.
I think they wanted to establish exactly what information that we have relating to the corruption that was happening, because they specifically asked us about certain ministers. Do you have information?
Which ministers did they ask about?
I must just remember, because they say the president wants to know which minister is
So
ministers
this is President
looking at.
Ramaphosa wanted to
Yes.
know which ministers. of
I will remind you of the name of the ministers. All I told to them, I say, the only minister that I can give you information on is Minister Cele.
Mm.
I do not have information on the ministers that you want information. When we come back, I will just send my husband so he can just remind me of the name of those. They wanted to know about Pule Mabe. I remember that name, Pule Mabe. I will remember the name of the other minister.
And then tell me, Ms. Patricia, why are you making this up? Why didn't your husband make submissions, or did he and we missed it in regards to this? Because it seems that he was leading in terms of the contact with ZC Kodwa.
He was, as I said, information about corruption in Free State, and currently not just in Free State. I can now safely say across the country, information of corruption are be sent to us. Because people have built that trust relationship with us. So now, my husband had a very close relationship with General Sithole, the former General of Police, even before he became the Provincial Commissioner of Free State. We also knew that General Sithole was appointed as the Provincial Commissioner of Free State on the recommendations of Ace Magashule. There was these generals in Free State who were very close to Ace Magashule. They called themselves the Premier League. That's where the political interference come in. And as we sit now, even currently with the current premier, there are serious cases against the current premier, but these cases are being covered up. I know the EFF.
That,
Okay.
because it's not part of your testimony, and then we're going to do some sightseeing. But whatever information you do have on that, Chair, I'm going to recommend that our legal team gets that information so we can also look at it. You didn't quite answer why your husband didn't make submissions here. Just
He didn't make submissions here because generally he gets the information and I do the research on the information. So that's why I came to make the submissions.
the names of the agents, do you have them? Are they still
Tabiso,
active?
I even still have Tabiso's number.
Okay.
Tabiso, the other one was Justice, and there wasn't. I can remember on this day when they downloaded my phone. Lieutenant Colonel
Okay,
Gerald
let's stick
Smith.
to, so you have
Yes.
their names, so we need
Yes.
to have their names and it's not. Do you know if they still operating in the State Security Agency?
I'm not sure if they are still
But
operating.
we'll need their full names so we can also just follow up on that. Just quickly on, I wanted to ask, you said there was the warrant officer, he became a brigadier, Van der Merwe, and he admitted under cross-examination, this is under 3.4 of your sworn statement, and you submitted an annexure to that effect. So he admitted under that he misled the magistrate. So besides you opening the case, was there any action taken both by the court? Nothing. And then we need, I think you've included the case number here. So this is also something for us to follow up on the outcome of that case, or if it is still open or active, and who was responsible for that.
I just also want to correct the record. He was not a warrant officer at the time. He was a colonel van der Merwe. And relating to the SSA agents, I did report it to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. There was an investigation. I've never received the outcome of that report.
Okay.
Because the lady who investigated Mrs. Noma Buthelezi was suspended before she could.
So she was in the IG's office who was investigating that. So
Yes.
that's also something that we, Chair and the legal team, would need to follow up if it has been submitted. Is that also part of your annexures? Well, copy
Yes.
the complaint that you
Yes,
said.
yes, it's part of
Okay,
my
because
application.
you can see how we didn't get clear, the annex just done properly. On 3.8 of your sworn statement, you said Parliament requested a threat assessment from SAPS for you. How did Parliament get involved in doing that?
Because I reported, as I said, I went everywhere, up to the portfolio committee on the previous portfolio committee on police. There's how the chairperson, there's how they got involved and they requested this threat assessment.
Okay, and then the warrant officer, Marstorp, who did from county intelligence member who did the assessment, do you know if he's still in SAPS?
He's
or
still in
there?
SAPS, he's still in SAPS, and I did send the threat assessment also.
And you have a copy of the assessment in your, or you didn't get a copy of
I
it?
sent it to Bonani yesterday.
And then after the assessment was done, what happened?
SAPS refused to accept the assessment to such a point that his commander instructed him to change the contents of the assessment. When he refused to do that, he was charged departmentally, and he was also acquitted on those charges.
So hence he's still there as
Yes.
well. Okay, so my Chair, I'm going to suggest to the committee, we have a wealth of information here of cases that have been submitted to various criminal justice entities. And also, Ms. British, you've also stated that you've opened a lot of cases. So we'd like to just have, I know you've given us bundles and bundles of evidence. So maybe we can just get a list of all the cases that you have opened in your personal capacity, the case number and what it was regarding. And then we as Parliament, we can write whether it's to SAPS, to the NPA, to IPED, to the AG, and not just ask, Chair, for the status of the cases, but we must have an activity report on from the moment the case was opened, who it was assigned to, what was the activity. We want the names of the people that were involved. If the case was just lying there, why was it lying there for such a long time? And I think that is going to help us move, because we can't just continuously have cases opened or not. Thank you, Sis Patricia. Mr. Dotieni, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. You did your training, training and development in our criminal justice, not criminal justice, what is the crime intelligence? So before we get into all the details of what you exposed in here, did you think the training was, the quality of training that you received as an officer in the criminal crime intelligence department, was it sound, and is it something we can be proud of as South Africans, the training in particular?
The first 6 months is basic training to become a police officer, and I must commend a lot of the guys on the ground that actually train young people. I was 19.
You're talking very soft. You were very animated before. Now when we're asking you about maybe the good story they used to tell about training and development, you're getting quiet.
I was quite impressed with,
Okay.
with the officers that delivered the training, because I was, as I was saying, I was 19 years old at the time. I mean, I had to
You were
train-
19?
19 years old. I had to train a variety of weapons. I mean, you're quite skilled. I mean, I went as far as...
Okay, you're telling us too much information.
Okay.
So you're saying it was very high
It
quality.
was very good, including the induction by crime intelligence officials. I think they did an excellent job.
So technically, we shouldn't really be in the state that we are in as a country with the level of training and development that our crime intelligence officers get, if there was no corruption and all the other things that come into it.
Well, yes, because the forces on the ground are quite equipped. But if you have a situation where you've got two generals from the same organization
Okay,
speaking
you're
across
going,
each
you're
other,
doing sightseeing
Yeah,
now.
so-
Okay, I just wanted to understand if we were lacking in that regard, and we're not. It was very interesting on how you characterized the disbandment when the minister issued the disbandment letter. And I don't know if any of the other members of the committee saw it in that way, that the rippling effect that it had, and how, number one, the threats to the lives of the officers that might have been involved or had infiltrated this criminal or the syndicate or cabal or whatever it is that we want to call it. I found that very insightful. What I do want to ask, in your opinion, do you think that, and you might be a bit nervous to say it, but I'm going to try my luck anyway. Do you think Minister Senzo did it intentionally? Or do you think it was just a horrific oversight for him not to consult to understand the rippling effect? And if he did it intentionally, it means that there might have been some collusion with CAT, just thinking that, okay, my network here is being infiltrated, and the way we are going to be able to root out those who have infiltrated it is by, issuing this disbandment letter for immediate disbandment.
Honorable Member, I look at data. I don't personally have enough data to make that conclusion.
Okay.
If I had the data, I would bravely say so.
What data do you need to be able to make an analysis on that?
So I think what's important is to go through thoroughly an interrogation with the minister to understand what influenced him. And I think the interactions that he had give some perspective as to what may have influenced him. But I think if you have a more detailed sort of engagement with the minister.
Oh, but we did. We were here for 2 days.
Yeah.
What questions you think we should have asked him that we didn't?
I'm saying this, Honorable Chairperson, as a former member of crime intelligence. And I'm saying this because I have witnessed people who have a variety of skills in actually interrogating and cross-examining people and understanding usually can come with more informed decisions and more informed opinions.
So in summary, I'm going to cut you off. We've
Yes,
got a chair. He'll just cut us off as we even breathe in. He'll even tell us to stop breathing. So you're saying that as members of parliament, we're not fully equipped because we don't have the training that you received in crime.
No,
I got the story. No, it's fine.
No,
I understand. Let's move on to, you raised the issue of system access and the decline of that, or the blockage of that, how it affected cases. And pretty much because of the issue of privacy, but also the abuse of it. How do you recommend, how do we find a balance to be able to root out criminality and being able to have access? It makes perfect sense that if we see, I like the example that you gave, we see a car, we must be able to pull, and our investigations are taking way too long. I mean, some of it is intentional and some it's that whole thing of access. We have to get court orders, a whole lot of things. But how do we strike a balance? Because it does open up to abuse. And we also just have corrupt officials in all our entities. So as short as possible.
Okay. I have to make this example though. We don't take away firearms from police officers because a few of them, or even a significant number of them, suddenly discharge them irresponsibly. We deal with those individuals. We don't incapacitate the ability to actually fight against crime. So that is my honest opinion. I think that you should not, just because some people or there has been a trend to actually abuse the system, you take it away. No, you deal with that problem, but you ensure that resources actually remain at the ground level.
Do you think it was a deliberate, the decapacitating, as you refer to it, of accessing the systems? Do you think it was deliberate?
Yes, because systems give you insight into persons of interest.
Because once you say it's deliberate, you're saying that our government has no interest in solving crime. Its interest is pretty much to let crime and corruption spiral out of control.
I would not lay it at the square, at the feet of government. I have given a name. I'm saying the instigator during that time was a divisional commissioner by the name of General Nhlanhla.
But he can't do it himself. That's another thing too.
Well,
it's not something that could be done, and he's no longer there, and the process has continued. So at some point, I guess that's something as a committee we can look into and see how, in terms of recommendations. Because it's not that we are short of even information in this country. It's very easy to be able to access that. I appreciate that. I've got two more themes to deal with. The Itwala operation. What was the outcome of that?
In 2012, in 2011,
Mm.
I gave another scenario where a separate group of people had now gone in and started to operate. We could only arrest the one guy. We did not know who he was with. We did not know where they were taking the girls. We only intervened they had come for about 6 or
That
7
one-
girls,
Oh, okay.
and we only intervened in the one incident, in the one girl, but they take them at the same time.
Did you
some-
recover any of the girls that were moved? So
In
you'll-
2009, we did. 2011, we
How
just
many?
recovered the one girl. 2009, we recovered 6 girls. In 2011, we only recovered one girl. And they operated as a group. They didn't operate as just going to take one.
So why do you think, was the operation shut down or you just don't have any more information about it?
At this stage, I don't have. But
So who's implicated in that? In terms of within the criminal justice system that would have halted or, I don't know, made this operation not continue? Or who's involved that we are still having our girls being taken into rape houses? We shouldn't even call them sex houses, it's rape houses. Sex is consensual.
the point was made to reference or to give significance to the point of the impact of removing system access from ground forces. I'm not going to say people implicated. As I said, at the time, the individuals that were implicated, in the majority, were about Nigerians, Somalians, and cannot remember the third nationality. And then obviously a few South Africans. So it was a mixture of.
You don't know the South African names. Okay, but so your submission here to the committee is that it's not so much that there was involvement of SAPS officials, of politicians in this. The operation failed because of this system's access.
Exactly. And I'm saying that that's the ripple effect of a decision that's taken by divisional commissioner at the time without thinking about the implications.
And it's still continuing now. So it might have even been outside of his control as well. What was your relationship beyond work with General Mkhwanazi?
No, I mean, he was a good colleague. One thing about the General Mkhwanazi is that
Not
he
one
made
thing
it
about
his-
him, what was your relationship?
He made it his business to be informed about each and every one of
What
his
was
members.
your relationship?
He was a
outside
colleague,
of
a
work?
very good colleague. And I can call him a friend, yes.
So did you have any activities, etc., with him outside of work?
Not really, no. not
Voice
really.
trips, all those?
Come again?
You didn't do voice trips and all that with him, okay. How were you promoted from a constable in Willowmore to an analyst position in the province?
So I was moved before I was promoted. So from Willowmore, I received a direct transfer to the provincial office. And then after training and development of a period of 3 years, I then applied for a position and then I was appointed.
So when you moved to an analyst position on the provincial level, was that post advertised externally?
A transfer does not need advertisement, ma'am.
So they created the position or the position was open, they just.
Yes. So as a constable from Willowmore, I was simply transferred to the provincial office.
Okay, and then who is Colonel Gunden? These are questions I got from the public. So I might not, that
Okay.
doesn't mean you can't be honest.
Okay. No, Colonel Gounden was a colonel within information management. And yeah, he's also a very good colleague, you know. He's left now, he's out of the police.
Why did he leave?
His own personal choice, his own frustrations. Everyone makes their own personal choice.
And Colonel Muller?
Mula.
Muller, M-U-L-L-E, Muller. M-U-L-L-E-R, you don't know. So all these are just good colleagues. There's been no anything outside of work. with them? Well, you're saying you don't know Colonel Muller, so that's fine.
I don't know.
And then why did you leave crime intelligence in East London to go to PE?
In East London to
Mm.
PE.
Mm.
I never
Was
left
that
crime
the-
intelligence.
Oh, you didn't?
I never left.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Yes. I was looking at you, I can see that you learn from the African National Congress.
Are you opening up doors now, Chair?
The child must learn from the parent.
Honorable,
You are opening up doors now for engagement you don't want.
Honorable Sokanyile stopped 2 minutes before, and you are 5 minutes before. Thank you so much. Honorable Sangwe.
The EFF leads.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, 1803. Ms. Mashal, it's clear that everybody starts with you, so let me not break that trend. Let me firstly thank you so much, I think, for coming up with, the courage to do the work that you've been doing over many years. I'm sure that being a whistleblower is not easy, and indeed we do commend that courage and bravery that you've shown. But you said as you were speaking that some people call you information peddlers. Who calls you that and why would they do that?
Yes, there's been a name, even General Kumalo said that when he came here. So the people, the very people whom I've exposed in the corruption, in an effort to discredit me, then they say, call me the name's information peddler. But what I also told them to say that, you know what, if I'm an information peddler, that means that I'm peddling wrong information. And when someone is peddling wrong information, at some point it amounts to a criminal offense or defamation. So then they must take the required steps against me, because I'm always make sure that all the information that I shared, I must have at least evidence to support the information. Otherwise, I will be an information peddler if I just share information without evidence.
Okay, no, excellent. So I mean, you've obviously just said that evidence is very important, the importance of verifiable information. And I assume in your case, I mean, you just said that minister took things off your Facebook. You also understand responsible use of social media. Okay. Now, I would be remiss, obviously, if I didn't start with what you said about Minister Kodwa. Now, you said you received, then Deputy Minister Kodwa, you went there, but you received information that he said the president wanted you to get information. I think in your affidavit, you said about ministers who are plotting against him.
We met with him at a garage, at an engine garage, but I was not in the meeting. It was him, my husband, and this Mr. Mike Makwa in the meeting, whereby Mr. Mike Makwa was giving him the information to say, George Mashali have this information relating to, I believe everyone remember the illegal military training camps, the unlawful firearms. There was a lot of information that was shared with the minister. The minister said, I'm going to assemble a team from SSA to come. There was a first meeting to come and investigate this matter. Because when Mr. Mike Makwa spoke to me and he gave me the information, I was speaking to the president, and the president said this is an urgent matter that we should look into. Because what
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Mashali. I'm very low on time.
Okay.
Ne? So I hear the other things. I want you to zoom in on when Deputy Minister Kodwa said give him, he says, so somebody says to you that Deputy Minister Kodwa said, the president said, if I've got it right, that you must give them information about ministers who are plotting against the president. Now, I'm very keen to find out, where would you get information about ministers that a whole SSA DM would ask you, and you even say now when you were responding that you were going to come back to him with information on ministers? Where would you get such information?
Remember, I said from 2008, me and my husband have been receiving information from various people, including politicians and ministers and premiers and whoever. So the information was there. The people who gave the information to my husband, they were there. And most of these people were people who were inside crime intelligence, people inside SSA. So my husband, Mr. Mike Makwa, was also working at SSA. My husband shared this information not just with Mr. Mike Makwa, but also with General Sithole. But General Sithole never acted on this information because there was a letter that I personally wrote to General Sithole to say, General Sithole, we want to bring you in contact with the sources of the information. General Sithole sent General Mkhwanazi to meet with my husband. General Mkhwanazi met with my husband, and General Mkhwanazi said, I need to meet with the sources. So my husband said, you know what? The sources are not comfortable to meet with you. So General Mkhwanazi went back to General Sithole. Nothing happened after that until Mr. Mike Makwa.
That's fine, Ms. Mashal. So you have a dossier database that you keep information on ministers, deputy ministers.
Not just ministers, everyone where there is wrongdoing detected. It doesn't mean if I say ministers, I mean that the ministers have done something wrong, but we receive information.
In what capacity are you, what capacity are you receiving this information?
At the time I was working at a South African police service. I don't believe you have to have a particular capacity when people trust you with information.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I need to run quickly. I don't know if you listened to Minister Mkhwanazi's testimony, but in paragraph 99 of his statement, now this is him explaining to us why he trusts you, right? He says, you posted, so on 24th October 2024, in a Facebook post, Ms. Mashale indicated that Major General Khumalo and Lushaba, both implicated in corruption, are trying to get rid of Major General Khan because Khan seized a 30 million consignment of drugs during the July 2021 unrest. He says this is your post. Who's Major General Khumalo?
Lieutenant General Khumalo.
Is it Lieutenant General Khumalo? Okay.
I think at the time, yeah, he was Lieutenant General Khumalo, not Major General Khumalo.
Okay, now, so according to you, why would Lieutenant General, well, I'm sure Major General, October 20, okay. Why would Lieutenant General Khumalo and General Lushaba want to get rid of Major General Khan for seizing this consignment of drugs? And what evidence do you have to back up what you're saying?
Okay. The information that I received is Major General Khan are going to be charged through Regulation 9, and was indeed charged through Regulation 9 for seizing of that consignment of drugs. He was indeed charged. General Mkhwanazi came here. And
sorry, his charge was seizing the consignment of drugs?
Yes, he was, they implicated him to say that he was the one who gave the instructions that the other police officers must take the drugs away from the crime scene. It was the charges against him.
Okay, so he was not charged for seizing the consignment.
He gave the unlawful instructions that the other police officers, he was indeed charged. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi came here and he said, and me and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had a conversation about that. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi came here, he said, I was appointed as the presiding officer in that matter. There were messages circulating on WhatsApp where there was allegations that General Mkhwanazi was appointed specifically with a mandate to dismiss General Khan. Since me and General Mkhwanazi was on a very good, we spoke on a daily basis. I asked
Sorry,
him,
sorry, Ms. Mashale. In your Facebook post, though, you said Major General Moses Makubo, the one who dismissed you, was the presiding officer. Was it Makubo or was it Mkhwanazi?
no, Makubu was not the presiding officer. It was the presiding officer was General Mkhwanazi in the case of General Khan was General Mkhwanazi. He came here to testify about that.
So it may have been an error in your Facebook post.
Might have been.
Okay. That's fine. So you then further went on and you said that a criminal case was opened against Khumalo for forging his security clearance. Do you have the case number?
I believe there was a investigation. Brigadier Tlungwani came here and he also referred to that investigation whereby the Inspector General of Intel, there was a complaint submitted relating to the first security clearance. It was found that it was fraudulently issued to him and it was withdrawn.
So there was a case. If you could please.
Not a case, it was an investigation.
No,
It was a complaint that was submitted to the Inspector.
In your Facebook post, you said that there was a criminal case opened against Khumalo. You then also indicated that informers of Lieutenant General Khumalo are paid 600,000 and above, while other informers of junior members are paid 3,000 rand. Can you expand on this, how you got this information and whether it's verifiable?
I would also refer because the person who gave me the information told me, he said, I just saw a claim that was signed by General Lushaba for 600,000 for informer. So please, and the informer's claims was kept at 3,000 rand. While informers place their lives in danger, there are certain informers who are getting huge amounts of money. So please, when you report this, please request an investigation into the informer claims, into the informer files. That amounts that have been paid out would reflect on the system.
Ms. Mashile, when people tell you things, because clearly there's a lot of people who tell you a lot of things, do you ever ask for anything to back this up? Because somebody will tell you this, we ask the generals, they deny it, you go post it on Facebook, and then we ask you, what verifiable info can you give us? And you say, somebody told me. That can't be correct.
Usually, when I received information, usually relating to crime intelligence, I report it to the office of the inspector. I have the evidence here, all the evidence. I have reported it to Advocate.
You supply evidence, Ms. Mashade, or you just say somebody said.
I get the information, I get the evidence, and I have the evidence that I reported it to Advocate J. Governor.
Thank you, ma'am. I do want to move to Mr. Dokyeni. Can I request that this allegation that General Khumalo is paying 600,000, so the same evidence you had submitted, if you could share it with the portfolio committee, please, the ad hoc committee. This is quite a big allegation.
I can.
My last two questions. In your Facebook post in September, you put detail that mirrors a criminal case that was brought by one of the members of parliament, Honorable Fadel Adams, relating Lushaba, Khumalo, and what. Now, the information that General Mkhwanazi gives us is that all of this was classified information. Can you tell us how you got it?
I never received classified information. I never posted classified information on Facebook.
The documents referring or the detail referring to Lushaba, missing computer, a sex worker, General Khumalo.
That information.
That same information is the one that has landed Honorable Adams here.
Let me explain to you.
So how did you get it?
There was a case that was investigated by warrant officer, I will get his name, relating to the sex worker. Warrant officer Pope. What happened? General Lushaba goes to Valeria police station and open a case of house robbery. And when he arrived at the police station, he said he was robbed by this lady. General Pope get allocated to investigate this house robbery. Through the is a normal investigation. It's a normal investigation. Through the course of his investigation, he found that General Lushaba lied. He actually invited the sex worker to his house and she stole the state phone, the state firearm, the state laptop. And as a result of that, he opened a case of perjury and defeating the ends of justice against General Lushaba. After that, Warrant Officer Pope gets charged. They charge him criminally departmentally. He's now dismissed as we speak. And Colonel put out, take the docket that was
Ms. Mashak,
investigated.
Let's stick with the answer. So you're saying the information is not classified. So what we received saying the information is not classified, Honorable Adams, for example, was not entitled to it, is incorrect.
It's not classified information.
My last question for you. Is there a reason why your whistleblowing seems to focus only on one faction of the SAPS, if I can call it? So you're accusing General Kumalo, you're accusing General Masamula, what? The other side of the SAPS, nobody's given you any information about them, say General Sibia, other generals?
Do you know that General Sibia took me to court because I exposed also him on social media? That case was decided in the Free State High Court on 8 August 2024, and the judge make a decision in that case that as a whistleblower, I'm entitled to expose corruption. There's a decided.
So you do expose both, not just one
I don't see the reason to choose sides because corruption is corruption and you don't need to.
Okay. My last question for you. What would you recommend that Parliament and government does to strengthen the protection of whistleblowers? I mean, as I said right at the beginning, it's dangerous work that you're doing. Would you have any recommendations for this ad hoc?
You know what? When you are a mother and you last have a normal sit down with your children 4 years ago, because you're in exile, you cannot meet under normal circumstances with your children, then the government must really sit down and take notice. Because I'm not the only whistleblower who are living in these circumstances. When you report the wrongdoing in open cases and the people that you reported the wrongdoing against are still in the positions in power, then it means our government is not serious to protect whistleblowers. And that's the reason why whistleblowers are afraid to come forward and they instead give the information to us. We have made the decision that I cannot be silent about this.
But you're in hiding now, Ms. Mashale. How should we protect you? I'm sure in the whistleblowers WhatsApp group, you do discuss the reforms that you would like to see.
All I want is for the government to stand up and say that this is a whistleblower who risked her life to stand. I don't want recognition. I don't want compensation. I just want a normal life. The government must come forward and say anyone who retaliate or kill a whistleblower must be harshly dealt with. We cannot go on like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mashale. Truly, truly appreciate it. Mr. Dogeni, my sincere apologies and is at Gyakhabao because we're run out of time. Okay, I'll leave the non-important questions for last if I still have time. During the break, I indicated to you that when General Sibia was here, we asked him about the murder of General Mkhwanazi. And he said it was an ongoing investigation. Now, you've testified that you've been in contact with the, I'm assuming, investigating officer. Can you give us a sense, to the best of your knowledge, has anything ever been done on that particular docket?
I haven't personally spoken to the investigating officer. My colleague has spoken to the investigating officer. As far as I know, it was obviously some of the witness statements that were taken, the people who were in the house, obviously in the toxicology report. Now, after we met, after we had a discussion, I called the driver, and I'm going to say these names, man, because this thing of always keeping quiet doesn't help anyone. The driver told me that he received an instruction from General Vuma to give he, the driver, received an instruction from General Vuma to give the investigative dockets that Mkhwanazi was handling to Sergeant Pungu. That is what he's told me.
Sorry, are these the documents that were now seized from General Mkhwanazi's house after he passed on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You've said, and thank you for disclosing that information. You've said you were uncomfortable, you wanted a proper forum, right? My question to you was going to be whether the investigating officer would not have been an appropriate forum. If not, how best do you think that Parliament should assist in this matter?
My own view is that, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the level in which this incident has taken place is too high up to just rely on the work of that individual investigating officer. It is of national security. It is my own belief that when anyone within the armed forces, as close as these people are to the state president, because essentially that is who a DNC is, and a national commissioner, and generals in the military. So when you have an incident such as this one, even state security must say something.
Okay, I am hoping I am helping you and us. During your testimony, the evidence leader led you on your supplementary statement, but I was quite interested on your initial statement. I'm not sure if that is still valid. Particularly, I wanted you to read into the record your specific request to Parliament, because you had direct proposals that you made to Parliament, and I would really like to get them on the record. If I'm not mistaken, it's not, doesn't have paragraphs. Do you know the section I'm referring to? If you could please just be specific, read this into the record what you want Parliament to do.
I'm opening up the document as we speak. It is now open. All right. Here are my recommendations. Who ordered? Or are you referring to section 5 or?
On page 5 of 9, it starts, I urge this committee to demand full disclosure on a number of issues.
Okay, sorry, man. 5 of 9, there we go. I urge this committee to demand a full disclosure of who authorized the retrieval of materials from his home, who currently holds custody of those materials, what became of the toxicology evidence, who was assigned to the murder docket, and why has the investigation stalled. I think if we begin there, then thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, yesterday in our committee meeting, you indicated that political parties wanting to make requests for correspondence to various institutions had until the end of today. The African National Congress requests that this demand is part of the letter that is sent to SAPS, and we are requesting that this disclosure is requested from SAPS for this committee to understand, to get full information. We are obviously also, once we get that information, we would like to request the right to obviously demand any further action, even if it's through the Portfolio Committee on Police. Thank you very much. My final questions, because I need to beat Leanne, lest she thinks that the EFF really leads on timekeeping. General, sorry, man, Mr. Mtokeni. Mr. Mtokeni, this one is a personal irritation of mine. Ne? Your statement makes references to political interference and not, but you're speaking about General Mkhwanazi and other generals. Where is political? What does political mean? Because every time we say political, ne, everybody looks at us and says, yeah, African National Congress. What does political interference actually mean?
And I tried to explain this earlier. Look, I'm a law enforcement agent. And what we do and what actually drives us is data, it's evidence, and we're after criminals. The minute that at work you start discussing who has what, who did what, to us, in my mind, that is the formulation of politics. And if you put me in front of any team of investigators, I should be judged on my ability to assist that team. Don't tell me I have a relationship with this person. In my mind, those are the politics I'm referring to.
Okay, so we have different interpretation of politics. This is the last question I'm going to. It's two questions in one. And let me thank you because I don't think I'll have time to come back. The issues that you spoke about weakening the system access and things of that nature, to the best of your knowledge, have they now been resolved, or is SAP still in that weakened state it was in 2009 is the first part of the question. The second part of the question, we've heard very divergent views on the success of the PKTT and whatnot. You offer a view, but I want you to be explicit. I mean, given your knowledge, do you believe that the PKTT was a success?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chair. I'll deal with the second part. Let me deal with the first part. Yes, I do have knowledge that there is still a large number of people who are on the ground who actually refused access, very funny enough, if I can show you a photograph, you can show this photograph to any law enforcement officer. It's not necessarily something that's related. But as a test, you go to a law enforcement officer and say, who is this? And they will not be able to give you an answer to that. That is why till today, even if a victim of a crime has CCTV footage of a suspect, they can't tell you who that is. They rely on the public. There was a time when those abilities and capabilities were possible. Were possible. And that is my point. The PKTT, in its approach, in what it was dealing with and trying to uncover, it is my own, based on the information I've received, I believe that they were doing an exceptional job. And I will explain why. We are in a period where crimes interlink. A murder isn't just a murder. A murder is linked to drugs, it's linked to trafficking, it's linked to a number of other crimes, which when you look at it at face value, you may simply assume that, no, this is just a kidnapping. But behind it, you find that the kidnappers actually, they have an agreement with this chap. They agree to borrow each other money. And it is now leading to all of these things. So the approach of the PKTT was designed in such a way that it slowly uncovers and unpacks what begins as perceived political killings. But if a killing leads you to a boardroom, if a killing leads you to organized institutions, then you say the PKTT was doing very well in pursuing those. I do not agree with the approach of saying let a single detective handle this thing, because the detective's approach is siloed. They have less resources. They simply see and want to only lead to a conviction of a gunman. That is why the majority of shootings in this country only lead to the arrest and apprehension of a gunman. But who ordered the hit? Sorry.
They were successful. Chairperson? Honorable most benevolent Chair, the African National Congress would like to give you 30 minutes back. We are not going to field our third speaker. So I want other parties to meet that and must also cut off 30 minutes from their time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for helping me because when you say that, I'm looking at Honorable Nomvalo at Askens. That is a warning that don't even dare try it. Hey, Musika Mhlanga. Jali.
Sithokoze nje kuthi ngizokuthatha ne-30 minutes kaShongwe ngine-iri. I've got 1 hour today. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Miss Machale, if I'm right. Give our school weight, school weight, Nyana Advocate.
Afternoon, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you. I'm not going to dwell much into the issue, but I'm going to give a chronology of events and thinking that perhaps there's some retaliation in your matter. You've explained many times. I'm going to ask you to be short in your questions because we don't have time. And, you know, I won't do justice to Pilasande Ndojeni, perhaps because he's going to come back for being in camera. Maybe I will reserve for that. But I'm going to be quick, and please try to be short as much as you can. Is it true that on 29 October 2021, you were on sick leave when you participated in a protest march for the launch of a union called Musa? Is it true? If it's not true, you must just say it's not true. If it's true, it's true. And that's
It's
it.
not true.
So you never participated in that march?
The thing is, Honorable Skosana, your question have two parts. The first part, I can say is true. The second part is not true.
No, I refuse. You know, you remind me of General Sibia and Professor Dihas when he came, you know. There cannot be two answers. It's yes or no.
But I came here to assess the committee.
Yes, I understand.
So you need to give me an opportunity to give you the proper answer.
No, I have.
I believe, Honorable Skosana, I'm not an accused here.
Yes.
And I need to give you the full information for you to also make a proper decision. So if you are going to ask me a two-part question and you say I must just answer no, yes or no, then I cannot assist you. I need to assist you. But, ask me to give you proper answers.
Yeah, but let me say to you, I have your submission. I've already read the submission. You know, what I want to probe, I want to find from you is that if it's not true what I'm reading,
if you are probing,
what I'm probing,
if you are probing, you are going to give me opportunity to give you a proper answer.
Yeah, but it should not be length. Otherwise, I'm going to have 4 questions for you.
Then I should answer 4 questions.
No, but I have more.
Then I should answer all the questions that you have.
Yeah, but if you take time, if you want to explain, because
but
the explanation I have.
Explain, Honorable Skosana, because it's unfair to me to be asked yes or no questions. I feel it's unfair. I need to answer properly.
But Patricia, it's simple. On the 29 October 2021, you were on sick leave. Do you agree?
On the 29 October 2021, I was on sick leave. Ask me the second part.
Yeah, the second part, did you participated in a protest march where Musa was launched?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, it's fine.
Oh.
No, if you say no, it's okay. You and members of the public, including dismissed Lieutenant Kuga, marched to the SAP provincial head office in Bloemfontein, where you read a memorandum whilst you are on sick leave. Is it true? So you participated in that launch of Musa?
I said I was on sick leave. I did not participate on a launch of Musa. That's not true. There's my second answer. I say no.
So in the same day, you did not march with Lieutenant Colonel Nguga?
That was not for a launch of Musa. That's what I want to clarify to you. That was not. If the police are honest, they must bring the minutes of that march.
No, it's fine.
Then you will see what was the march. That was definitely, and there's a video of that march. I can provide it to the committee.
Yes,
That
thank
was
you.
not for a launch of Musa. There's false information that someone gave you.
No. Remember, we do research.
You do research, but you need to also give me the opportunity.
Hence, I'm giving you the opportunity, Patricia.
Let's agree.
Is it true that you led being disciplined and you walk out of the hearing and never reconvene the hearing? This eventually led to your automatic dismissal in terms of the SAPS Discipline Regulation 26 Clause 9.
It's not
7B, which is still in place as we speak here.
not true.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Yeah, anyway, You said on the 6th of January 2021, you submitted a report to General Stolle about the allegation of corruption. Am I right?
Yes.
Is it true that you sent a WhatsApp message to Brigadier Nhlanhla in which you were making allegation that Major General Lisia is plotting to dismiss him relating to the loss of firearm by Brigadier Nhlanhla?
It's true. I reported it
Yes.
to Brigadier Nhlanhla.
Were you
Don't
out-
make allegations. I reported factual events to Brigadier Nhlanhla.
Were you aware that when Major General Lisia inquired about Brigadier Nhlanhla loss of firearm, it was Brigadier Nhlanhla complained to him? That is why Brigadier Nhlanhla made Major General Lisia aware of your allegation against him.
Brigadier Nhlanhla, the court, when we appeared in court, the court asked Lisia to call Nhlanhla as a witness, and Nhlanhla refused to go and testify to support what Lisia was saying. The same in evidence, information that you had. Brigadier Nhlanhla refused to go and support that evidence.
How did you know that Major General Lisia called Lieutenant General Smith and threatened him?
He told me himself, there was even an affidavit that Smith gave to SSA relating to that information.
So we can get that affidavit.
SSA must come with that affidavit.
Did Colonel Smith open a case against Lisia?
Who?
Colonel Smith.
I don't know. I don't have information of that.
If the conversation between Lisia and Smith was recorded, if as you alleged, where is the recording?
I would not know because I was not there when the information was recorded.
So it's a hearsay.
Smith came to me in the presence of Colonel Moorkrof, and he informed me that Lisia called him the previous day and told him that he must remove himself. He saw his affidavit in the statements that I sent to General Sitole, and he must remove himself. Smith gave an affidavit to SSA relating to this information. So if you said there's a recording, then the recording must be submitted to the court.
So if I may ask you, this information you gave us, are you given by your husband?
Which information?
All the information which you are...
There's a lot of people who give me information. How can my husband?
No, I'm asking.
Which
I'm
information?
asking.
Is there all the
Yeah, because your husband is a policeman, am I
No,
right?
not anymore.
Yeah, I'm talking about then, because remember, we are going backwards. When Kesha Stolle was
I should
still...
say that.
No, but I'm saying your submission, remember you came to the portfolio committee years ago. Your husband was still a policeman.
Give me any information. Information that I have is information that I was given to by sources, not my husband. He does.
No, I was asking you. I'm not saying your husband.
No,
I'm
he
asking.
didn't. He didn't.
You said the departmental charge was open against you and it was not immediately pursued. Is it true that the departmental investigation for spreading lies was immediately investigated and you went to South African Human Rights Commission to try and delay the hearing? If that is true, you can say it's true. If it's false, it's false.
I did answer the answer.
Yes, I hear you.
And I said it's true. It was immediately pursued.
It was immediately pursued.
The retaliation was immediate.
Now, you said that the disciplinary case was not registered formally through a disciplinary office and that the appointment letter of the officials were fraudulently and signature forged. Are you aware that the disciplinary code was formally registered as a disciplinary case FC 9301-2021? Are you aware of that?
When I went to the discipline office to inquire immediately after Lieutenant Colonel Yuhu came to my office, I went to because when he came to me, I asked him, where is your appointment letter? And he said, no, I don't have an appointment. I went to discipline office myself and I said, I need the information in the discipline file. I need an appointment letter of the investigation officer and of Colonel Ligo. Mr. Gert Venter told me, we don't have such a discipline file here. He
Okay.
went to his commander, Colonel Nanive. He came back and he said, Patricia, there is no such file there.
Okay. Now, who forged the signatures?
Ligo.
Who?
Lieutenant Colonel Ligo.
Lieutenant Colonel Leho is the one who forged that.
He's the one who emailed it to me. So
Yeah,
I
what I'm saying, are you sure that he's the
He's
one
the
who
one-
forged the signature?
emailed those appointment letters to me. So if he's the one who emailed to me, if he's not the one who forged it, he must come and there must be an explanation from him as who forged it,
Yeah,
because
but-
clearly it's forged, and it didn't even came from discipline office, the emails that he sent me. It came from the office of the visible commander, who have nothing to do with discipline.
Yeah, in fact, hence I'm going to say this because you are not a policewoman, am I right?
You know what? There's this thing that someone must be a police officer.
No. I'm
Who has
asking,
common sense.
Patricia, please.
I am not.
Thank you.
But common sense doesn't need you to be a police officer.
No. I'm just asking you. I'm
No,
not
I want
saying you should be.
You are not a police officer.
Yes, I'm a member of parliament. I'm not a
But you
policeman.
are asking me, am I a member of parliament?
Yes.
Doesn't mean that you know about police
no.
matters.
You don't understand me. I'm not claiming to know about police matters.
But I'm answering what you asked
Yeah,
me.
but I ask you, I said to you, are you a policewoman?
But it's not fair to ask me whether I'm a police officer
No, but
or what. Common sense doesn't need you to be a police officer.
Chair, I'm being asked as well. The witness is asking me question.
No, I'm
but it's fine.
asking you. I'm just clarifying what you are telling me. You are putting that to me.
Chair, we are speaking through you, but it's fine. How did you determine the signature was forged?
Do you have the documents? A police officer. This is a police officer. Next,
No, please.
in a particular manner.
Yeah, Patricia, Chair, please. Can you? I need your indulgence.
I want to answer the question.
No, wait.
We were taught as police, not even just police officers. If you are a member of SAP, you sign in a particular manner. You signed your signature, your name, your rank, and your personal number. The documents that was provided to me was just a simple signature without nothing. Police officers doesn't say, you ask me whether I'm a police. No, I'm not a police, but I was trained in the South African Police Service. That is how you sign.
Chair. Well, let's try again. Is it true that Lycia obtained an interim protection order against you and your husband after you and your husband summoned to appear? A final protection order was issued against you and your husband.
There was not a final protection order issued.
No, I'm asking, please.
He obtained a harassment order against me. I don't know where my husband fitted in the picture, because even in the court case, the magistrate asked, what is this man doing in this court? Because no charges has been leveled against him.
Patricia, is it true that the protection order prohibited you and your husband to stop spreading false allegations against Lycia?
But it was not, you know what, there's a difference between the truth and false allegations. What I was telling was the truth. False allegations is something that doesn't have substance, it's not the truth.
Now, Patricia, you and your husband applied for a rescission of the protection order after another magistrate had a case.
Honorable Skhwanazi,
Yes.
may you please address the witness as Ms. Nhlanhla.
No, I don't mind, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Nhlanhla,
Ms. Bashale.
when I address Honorable Skhwanazi, may you please keep quiet.
I will keep quiet. My apologies, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
You can proceed.
Is it true? Or in fact, I think, let me say this to you. You and your husband applied for a rescission of the protection order. After another magistrate had a case, he ruled that there's nothing prohibiting you from challenging your dismissal in the appropriate forum and pursue disclosure throughout appropriation channels. That risk of continuing harm to the personal and professional integrity and reputation of Lycia as consequences of your unlawful conduct has been amplified. Now, Are you aware that magistrate, after hearing your rescission application, it dismissed your application? Is it true?
The rescission application was dismissed because the case was referred to the criminal court.
Thank you. Are you aware that the magistrate upheld the protection order against you and your husband? Let me put it to you, that the allegation you made against Lucia, you were fighting back for being dismissed. Am I right?
That application was dismissed because the docket was referred to the Bloemfontein Magistrates Court, where I was acquitted on the same charges that you are referring to now.
Okay. Now let's come to the issue of the surveillance and intimidation of a family. You presented to us that your family was followed from Tronsberg to Bloemfontein by 5 unmarked vehicles. Do you have the details of the vehicles? Have you, I'm not finished. Have you lodged a complaint about the incident? Why and how do you link Lucia to that incident?
I'm going to answer from backwards. I've never linked Lucia to the incident. Never. And yes, there was a complaint. CCTV, there was a complaint. Even to the National Commissioner, the National Commissioner responded. CCTV of the event was obtained by the principal of the school where my son was enrolled to support the complaint that was submitted.
My question again, I'm asking you, do you have the vehicles, those vehicles which were following from Tronsberg?
Yeah, but the vehicles was described to me. My
So
son,
we don't have, because we are.
but the CCTV footage was obtained. So the vehicles was identified in the CCTV footage.
And what happened to that case?
General Masemula never acted. Nothing happened.
No, let's leave Masemula, General Masemula, because as you said, it's where you reported the case. What happened to the
Anytime when I go to a police station in Bloemfontein to report the case, I will go to the police station. The case will be registered. Then the legal services of the province will be called, and then they will be consulted, and they will say, no, don't register the case. There's no criminal elements. I did go to the police station. I even spoke to the station commander, Brigadier Lento of Park Road Police Station. He told us, as a result of advice that they received from the legal services, there's no criminal elements in that case.
Okay.
You cannot report a case.
Yeah, now I'm going to ask you again, because your husband was a policeman, am I right?
Many years ago.
Are you divorced?
Yes.
What is your relationship with Warrant Officer Mardov?
I don't have a relationship. Warrant Officer Mas, I knew that question was going to come. Warrant Officer Masdorp was appointed by his bosses. I didn't even know him at the time. He was appointed by his bosses to do the threat assessment on me.
Thank you. Now, on February 28, 22, you said you discovered that your salary was stopped and you were informed that you were dismissed. Were you not served with notice of dismissal by Colonel Molose and you refused to sign?
No, it was not on February 2022. February ended on 28.
28. I'm talking about 28 February 2022.
On the 1st of March, I called the office and I was informed that I was dismissed. I went to the office and I went with Warrant Officer Mazurp and another colleague of him. And fortunately, there were witnesses when Lieutenant Colonel Mulusi told me that, hey, I received this thing on the 26th, I forgot to inform you. Whilst any document that are being served on me will be sent with Captain May to my house. But this one, they forget to send it to me.
Okay.
Their document was signed. If you can see the second signature on that document, Mulusi's, I even told her, sign there. You forgot to give it to me.
Mrs. Mashale, once again, my question was simple. Did you refuse to sign?
I didn't. How can I refuse a document that I asked her to sign?
Yeah, so I'm saying you did not refuse. The answer is that you did not refuse.
The document, I cannot refused to sign a document that I went to collect.
So you did sign the document. Thank you.
Not a
No, no, it's
document.
fine. It's fine because remember we are under oath.
Document that you're talking about, that one that I actually refused to sign because they realized that they made a mistake on the first document. They sent another one 3 days later to me where they rectified the mistake. And I said, I will not sign this one. That one that you made a mistake on,
Yeah,
that is the one that you gave to me.
Thank you, Ms. Nhlanhla. You said the police arrived and tore your home without an arrest warrant.
Yes.
Are you aware that whenever there's a protection order is issued, it is with a warrant of arrest?
There was not a protection order issued yet. The protection order was issued in September of 2022. And on the day the police arrived at my home, the investigation officer was not even aware that the police went to my home to arrest her because of a broadcast of cutting edge.
Are you aware that Lycia opened a case for violation of a protection order, and that is why police went at your house? And you know that you claim that you are a whistleblower, posting untested allegations against people in social media. Is that what you call a whistleblower?
You know what?
No, I'm
Honorable
asking.
Skhosana.
I'm asking Mrs. Nhlanhla, please.
I'm responding.
Thank you.
I've been saying and I'm saying it again. That docket was referred to the Bloemfontein Magistrates Court. The trial was for 1 full year. Where Lycia himself admitted. I will give you the transcripts of the trial. Where Lycia himself admitted that he received WhatsApp messages, but he could not confirm who shared the WhatsApp messages in the group. Witnesses were called, his witnesses were called. The witnesses confirmed that it was not me who shared the word. I was acquitted, and it spoke about false allegations. The allegations were not false. I'm saying it again now. I'm repeating what I've been saying. You cannot get a harassment order against me and say I'm spreading false allegations.
Okay, I heard you. I heard you. Now, you said that the triple SBC expenditures process as well.
They did
That it was regarded unconstitutional.
No.
You said so here.
Triple SBC declined to, because I made a application to triple SBC in terms of section 188(1)(a) to declare the disclosures that I made to General Sithole as protected disclosures. Triple SBC declined my application. Hence, I went to the Human Rights Commission.
Now, is it true that personal system established that you had a personal number? And General Nguna, as well in the head office, as you said, I think you mentioned 3, that you were cleared, am I right? Now, why did personal number decline you?
I'm going to start again.
No, but in short, please, because I'll understand. In short, I'm asking in short, please, because I'm asking short question as well.
Because when I submitted my documents to Department of Health to terminate my studies, they didn't capture it on the system, and a employee from HR, from Department of Health, came to testify in my departmental trial to say, it's our mistake. We did not capture, that's why personal declined. And it was rectified by Department of Treasury because they wrote a letter to Department of Treasury to say, this is our mistake.
Now, you say your studies. What do you say? The Department of Health
studies.
I'm talking about your employment. Studies. Remember, but listen to me. You were employed by the Department of Health. Am I right?
I was a nursing student.
Yes, but you were employed. You were getting a salary.
I was studying on a bursary.
Yeah, were you getting a salary?
That was a stipend.
Were you registered?
It's a salary.
So
stipend.
So it was from PESAL.
Yes, they registered you on PESAL because all when you are, even if you're in,
No, I don't know that, yes.
yes, you know it, Honorable Skhosana.
Now, let's come to, because you mentioned earlier, are you aware that disciplinary cases are not registered in the legal service?
But there is hard copies of it.
No, but it's HR. Matters.
There is, you cannot, Honorable Skhosana, let's be reasonable here. You cannot tell me that disciplinary cases are not registered. Then why
No.
they go to them?
Let me rephrase it for you. Disciplinary cases are not registered in the legal department, but remains with the HRM.
Are created at the legal department.
Now,
The FS number.
no, I'm talking about
At
registered.
the legal department.
No, I'm not talking about the creation. I'm talking about the registered.
There's registering the case because the legal department must generate the FS number. There's registering the case.
Yeah.
Then it goes to the disciplinary office.
Mrs.
It
Mashale.
registered.
Mrs. Mashale.
To discipline without the FS number.
Mrs. Mashale. Let me repeat again and listen to what I'm saying to you. And if you disagree, you must disagree. Disciplinary cases are not registered in the legal service, but they remain in the HRM. Do you agree?
I don't agree.
Thank you. Now, were you in contact with Advocate Defo on WhatsApp messages?
Now I'm in contact with Advocate Defo.
Did you discuss matters when it comes to, let's talk to this one because you were very, in fact, passionate about it. You said that General Nkua is a Lesotho citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still maintain that?
Yes.
Do you have proof?
I said earlier, I reported this matter to Department of Labor.
No, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. What I'm asking.
I said Department of Labor must be sanctioned here to come with their evidence.
Yeah.
That's what I said. What I know is, what they told me is, they have no information on their database.
Yeah, no, I've got that.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, but
pick it up from.
Yeah, but listen to me. My question again, because the Department of Home Affairs. Did you ever went to Department of Home Affairs and find out about, because you said that Department of Labor, we must call Department of Labor. I'm asking you because
But the Department of Labor.
No, you said now Department of Labor.
Why said Home Affairs?
No, you didn't say Department of Home Affairs. Now I'm talking about now. Maybe you made a mistake.
Like this.
But let's purpose that. I'm saying to you, this allegation has been long. Do you have any proof?
Earlier, the chairperson said, it cannot be the Department of Labor can investigate this matter for so long. We need Department of Home Affairs. I'm apologizing to you. Department of Home Affairs can investigate this matter for so long. We need to write to them so that they can give. Mr. Van Neil told me last week they are presenting to the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs next week.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, because of time, and my time is going to end soon. Can you, because this wide allegation has been going on for some time, and it was investigated by SAPS and IPID, and it was found that it is unfounded and unsubstantiated. Now, hence I'm asking you, if you are still continuing with that, please, you can still send us a proof, besides all the Home Affairs story, that they will come and you did that. Regulation 9 was never declared unconstitutional, as you said. There's no constitution, there's no court order that for that effect, that the SSBC has no jurisdiction to make such a ruling. There's no such a thing. If there's any, please, can you provide us with that court order?
The agreements with SAPS, September, even Pop Crew, it was all over the news because Pop Crew celebrated it. Now, if we can go back to the first thing that you asked me.
Yeah, no, the issue, Chair, with your benevolence, I'm finishing before you'll answer me on that. My last question to you, you misled this committee again, that there was a ruling that General Moloi must pay 50,000. You asked for 100, but you were paid 50,000. It's not true. It's not true.
Advocate,
If I may ask you.
please submit that court order where the court granted me the damages claim. I asked for 100,000 and the
Court
court granted me 50,000 against General Moloi.
It was written. It's here.
I have submitted all
No,
the
no, no.
information.
No. We are misleading us because I've got that here. That court order was rescinded. It's here.
He tried to rescind
No,
it,
yeah, the court order
but
is here.
he never went back to court. He ran away. Where is the rescission?
It's here.
He tried to rescind it, but he never went back to court.
Thank you.
I've got a proof
Thank
here
you.
that
Thank you,
the court
Mr.
order was rescinded.
Both of you
My
stop
documents.
speaking when I say thank you. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Good evening, I should say,
Good evening.
to you, Ms. Mkhwanazi. Could you please confirm whether or not you've released any confidential or crime intelligence related documents into the public domain? And if so, what consideration you gave to the potential risk this posed to the lives of investigators involved in organized crime, hitmen, and drug cartel investigations?
I can confirm that I never released any crime intelligence information on my social media platforms. Because I know I was accused that I shared classified information. I don't share classified information because I know what is implications of sharing classified information publicly.
Thank you. What formal qualifications or training, if any, do you hold in criminal investigation or intelligence analysis?
Can you just,
What formal qualifications, if you have any, or training do you hold in criminal investigation or intelligence analysis?
currently, I will complete my LLB degree. I'm left with 5 modules. And through the years, I did a lot of research. And I have, can I say, that South African Police Service Act, I've made it a Bible. Because it's not only applicable on South African police members. When you are a member of the South African Police Service, you need to know the South African Police Service Act. And I also do a lot of research on law subjects. So I have quite a lot of knowledge relating to the subject matter.
Have you ever personally conducted, led, or been formally assigned responsibility for any criminal or intelligence investigation? And if so, in what capacity?
Not investigations, no.
And can you explain how you obtained police or personal information that you have publicly disclosed on your various Facebook and other platforms, and what steps you took to ensure compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act?
There are a lot of whistleblowers in the South African Police Service and other departments, because my exposures is not only limited to the South African Police Services, who are afraid to come forward because of the retaliation that they suffer. So as soon as I receive information, I report it to the relevant structures. I have a history I can give you where all the people that I reported to. When it comes to crime intelligence, I report to the office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. If documents they have to, because usually they don't give me documents, but they give me information. If documents have to be obtained, then I request the person who's going to be in charge of that information to investigate the information and obtain the relevant documentation if needed.
Why did you not publicly discredit or expose SAPS or members of SAPS or members of crime intelligence while you were still employed? Was it fear of retaliation?
You know what? I made a lot of disclosures. Honorable Kola Barnard, and you know it. You were in all the previous portfolio committees when I reported this since 2007. You would, Honorable Okiter Blanche, Mr. Francois Beekman, and so. So I have been reporting all these things publicly. So when I got dismissed and when there was a direct attempt on my life, I made a decision to say, I'm not going to die silently with all the information that is in 2022. The attempt on my life was November 2022. That is when I started my social media platforms and decided henceforth, I'm going to expose this information publicly.
Now, on what basis do you describe yourself as a whistleblower? What do you see the role as being and involving? And is there any financial benefit to you?
A whistleblower, I don't know why are we called whistleblowers, because to report wrongdoing doesn't need a title. You really don't need a title and you don't need a benefit. The only benefit or the only reason why I'm doing this is because have you ever seen when you have report a matter of a minor child that they've been raped by a son of a brigadier and that docket are being covered up, and you look at your own daughter and you say, what if it happens to my daughter tomorrow? This matter that I'm referring to is currently in Free State. I'm fighting for this case to be put back on the roll, where the son of the brigadier raped this little girl, and this case was swept under the carpet by the DPP. I usually saw how emotional Honorable Darrell James gets when she confronted or challenged this issue. That is exactly how I feel, because crime and corruption have collapsed these institutions who are supposed to protect us and to serve us. The reason why there are no vehicles to go and attend to crimes is because of corruption. The reason why the police is in the current state is because the South African police have turned into a family factory. He mentioned it, where the father will make sure his children with appointed cousins, girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever. And at the end of the day, they become so entitled. They are not there to serve the general public of the people of South Africa anymore. They are there to serve their own interest. I'm not here for any benefit. I'm here to fight for the future of my children, because if I'm not going to do it, no one is going to do it.
How many cases have you personally opened when you were in possession of evidence of criminality or misconduct? We're talking to the SAPS, to IPID, to the Office of the Inspector General, to the NPA, or even IDAC.
Is not less than 10 cases. And I have submitted the evidence. I have submitted the feedback that I received from the DPP. Who declined to prosecute all these cases. As I say earlier, I am not entitled as a South African police, as a citizen of South Africa, to go to the police station to open a case, because my surname have been blacklisted. As soon as I open a case and that docket go to DPP have already issue instruction that that docket must go straight to her office, and she declined to. I put investigated, they submitted the report. I opened a case against the provincial commissioner. I opened a case against General Lysia. I opened a case against Nhlanhla, whereby both of them admitted under cross-examination, the record says that Nhlanhla admitted that he misled the magistrate to sign a fraudulent citizenship. Lysia admitted that he lied about his father's vehicles being involved in stock theft. That information is there. Lysia admitted that he went to a police station and used his influence to instruct the police officer to release a suspect that is known to him.
And I know what you do, but what justification do you have for sometimes publicly naming and accusing individuals who you don't know personally or professionally and who've had no findings against them by a competent authority? Say on your Facebook page.
Honorable Kola Barnett, I'm saying that after I reported these matters to the relevant authorities and received confirmation that indeed this information that you are giving us is confirmed, is only then that I go and expose it publicly on Facebook. I don't just make wild allegations without any supporting evidence or confirmation.
So on what legal basis do you claim you made protected disclosure under the Protected Disclosures Act? Were these disclosures made in compliance with sections
Yes.
6 to 9 of the Act?
National Instruction 18 of 2019 give me a legal basis. The PREGA Act, the Anti-Corruption Act, SAPS have also their own internal measures whereby they drafted this document, National Instruction 18 of 2019, where they make provision for the protection of whistleblowers when they make protected disclosures.
Okay, can you finally, last two, can you clarify your employment history with the Department of Health, including the period of employment and the circumstances in which you exited that department?
Okay. 1st January 1999, I get enrolled as a student nurse at the Free State Nursing College. So I was not employed, I was studying to become a professional nurse. In May 1998, I get admitted in hospital with it was an emergency operation, my appendicitis. I get booked off 6 weeks. And then in June of the same year, I decided that anyway, I'm not cut out to be a nurse. That's not my profession. I don't want to waste my time and waste the money of the department. Let me terminate my studies. That's when I fill in all the necessary forms to say, stop funding me. I don't want to study anymore. Terminate my studies.
Okay, so then you went to the SAPS, and what was your official position, your rank, core responsibilities within the SAPS at the time of these events that you describe up until you left?
I was a administration clerk when I was appointed in SAPS, and it was in 1st August 2007, and I was still administration clerk when I was dismissed in February 2022.
Thank you. Chair, I'm done. Shall I hand over to my colleague?
Can we just go back? What do you say is the first name of Honorable James?
Honorable Darrell James.
Okay.
Should I know? Was I not supposed to say it?
I don't know. She is a better judge. Honorable Klofa, your time. Thanks very much, Honorable Kola Barnard, for being so frugal with your usage of time.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Mr. Dotjeni. If I may start with you. I'd just like to, my first question, which Honorable Matsai had already touched on, you spoke about the letter and the disbanding of the PKTT, which seemed to jeopardize operations that were in place. So I just want to revisit what you said there. Would you say that Minister Mchunu, whether he had the right or no right to disband the PKTT, placed people at risk executing what he did on the 31st? I think maybe make an emphasis that he had no consultation.
I think the effect of the decision ultimately led to that which you reference.
So in your opinion, do you think the minister had the right to close the PKTT with immediate effect? Again, we allude to consultation.
I think I'm not qualified or the right person to answer that. Remember, I'm giving you a distinct view from the forces from the ground. And my previous remark is based specifically on that. So whether he had a right or didn't have a right, that question is best suited to ask those who lead the forces. That's my honest view.
I think it's one of the central reasons that we are sitting here is to actually determine those type of things. And it would be great to have heard your opinion. But I do understand what you're saying. When you spoke about this consultation, I think it made perfect sense to me. Why do you think that the minister would have disbanded the task team without the slightest consultation? Do you have any, in your opinion, being on the ground as you say, what opinion is yours that he would have closed it without consultation?
it's a pickle, and unfortunately, one can only make assumptions, and it's never good to simply base a judgment as grave as this on assumptions. Look, what is fundamental in the evidence I've given is to demonstrate, even for future decisions, to say, understand that when you take decisions, particularly within a semi-military organization such as the SAPS, it has a ripple effect. That is why it is imperative to always consult, because even the National Commissioner says he was not consulted. I mean, and it is on that basis where I say there are operational consequences. But I cannot place judgment or say this or provide that opinion. I'm not the best person to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Docheni, would you agree that people writing to the Minister Mchunu to disband the PKTT would then also be somewhat, wouldn't say responsible, but also assisting, putting these people in dangerous situations that were undercover, not understanding the operations of the PKTT, not understanding the internal structures where people were placed? And if it didn't influence the decisions made by the minister, is it responsible then just for a minister to take up any letter that comes and lands on his desk and base an opinion on that?
I think every South African citizen has a right to write to their minister.
No, not the right to do it, but does it influence the decision?
It is their minister. Whether the impact or the weight in which those letters actually have in swaying the decision of the minister is something else. But at the gist of my submission is that perhaps what lacked was to hear the other side. Yes, rightfully so. Everyone has the right to write to the minister. But the other operational side, that mattered most, particularly when you're dealing with such high-profile cases. Perhaps it is a mistake that was made. I don't know. And I dare not go into that space.
Mr. Docheni, I understand, and you can't answer many of the questions that I'm posing to you about Minister Mchunu and the decisions he made. But I would put it to you, it's particularly peculiar that the minister would seem to take letters that are written to him with very serious consideration. And as you say, everyone has the right to write to the minister, and you would think that those inputs would matter, and it does. But at the same time, that he wouldn't consult with the people on the force and the people sitting making decisions and the people that are particularly involved with the PKTT. And I would put it to you that Mr. Mchunu, Brown Mkhwanazi, Kat Nhlanhla seem to be having conversations, and there's been evidence led and messages circulated. I wonder though, and you don't need to answer, though, if the minister would have actually made this decision and came to the same conclusion that you did, to say that people might have been put into danger. And I just, it's just something that I would put out there, because I find it very strange that you and I could sit and get to that conclusion that people be put to danger, but neither he couldn't, and still went through with that. But moving on, I would just like to find out about, you mentioned Richard Mdluli, and you spoke under his leadership of dismantling crime intelligence. What did he do specifically that you know of? And how was those resources then weaponized, and how did he benefit from it? I think it was in paragraph 32.
I'll use this opportunity to also respond to an earlier question where I was asked, what was the name of the girlfriend? Ntombozuko Mpondonke. That was his girlfriend, which he promoted to become a captain. Then he took the sister, who was a cashier at the time at Checkers, and made her a sergeant into the South African Police Service, particularly within the crime intelligence environment.
Could you just speak into the mic? Sorry, I can't hear you.
I was saying that I'm going to use this opportunity to also respond to an earlier question which had been asked to me, and I was unable to disclose the name of the person whom I said was the girlfriend of the general at the time. And I'm mentioning that name and putting it on record that I have now been given the name. It is Ntombozuko Mpondonke. That was the lady who was promoted to captain. And thereafter, they appointed the sister of the same lady who was a cashier at the time to become a sergeant within crime intelligence or in the SAPS. To come closer to your question, I could cite a number of reasons, but I'm going to speak on one fact. Deep cover agents were used to do illegal things in surveilling people, in surveilling journalists, in surveilling members of the public. I know this because they contacted me. When I was recruited, there was one guy who were very close, who were friends. He was placed in the Free State. He complained because he was being used for operations that had no authorization. That is what I mean by the abuse of those people who were in power. You can go on and on and on with examples like that.
No, that's quite, because it actually brings me straight to what I had written here. And I said, you made claims earlier on, and many people that have sat here have claimed illegal inception of their phones. And you explained that people or the factions seem to also weaponize this, and then they have access to persons' metadata and so forth. Firstly, I mean, you make the statement, and maybe I should ask you, does it not worry, should the people of South Africa, the citizens, the ordinary citizens, not worry that if the factional powers have so much influence, and I will call it absolute corrupt behavior within themselves to get information against each other, what does this pose for the ordinary South Africa? And I mean, you've touched on it now, but I'd like you just to elaborate on that piece of the ordinary South Africa.
Even before I get there, Honorable Member, General Mkhwanazi himself said it to me when he called me. But he put it to me in Xhosa. He said, "Ndiyabazi bamamela, but it's fine. I know these people are listening to this conversation, and it's fine." The powers in terms of the resources that the intelligence environment possesses are meant to serve South Africans for the good. The challenge always comes that you will always find the bad apples. It is unfortunate that some of these bad apples have even ascended to the top senior management of law enforcement and have misused these resources. But it does not, or that should not sway Parliament and citizens to say this should not exist within society. Because in a perfect society, those tools, those assets actually assist in the war against crime. And that's fundamental. I think if we manage to deal with the rot, the corruption, and all of these issues which tend to derail the vision for South Africa, you might find that we all want to feel protected, to feel safe. So I would say it is a huge task that this Parliament has in actually dismantling what is clearly factions within the SAPS. But dare not believe that we should live in a society where these resources are not there, because the criminal is constantly trying to outsmart. It is a real battle for the soul of the country.
For time, I'm going to have to cut you, and I do appreciate your answer. And I think it becomes an ethical question. I think it becomes a philosophical question. Does the means justify the ends? And, you're saying that, people shouldn't lose faith in SAPS. I think that's already happened. And rightfully, because the top echelons of the SAPS has all sat here and everybody's denied every single claim. And we're not talking about the ordinary policemen on the ground. We know there's many, many hardworking policemen. But unfortunately, with people that are watching, these sittings and the Nhlanhla Commission, this is what they have to, that's what they're subjected to. And not only that, when they go to the police stations and they're treated in the manner that many have testified and many have explained their experiences, it's very hard to think that they should feel any different. And you're right, that Parliament has a heck of a job in front of it to actually make a difference. And I hope we will be able to get there. You claim capability to intercept and analyze phone records, decrypt communication, all of those types of things, tracing and so forth. I would rather just then say, can you confirm whether those interceptions that you personally performed
Yes,
and that you know of were all done lawfully?
yes. I proudly stand by that.
General Mkhwanazi, you spoke about him in your election 2020, asked you to assist with a covert monitoring operation of SAP's procurement, including the keystroke tracking and so forth. Is there any evidence of these calls, affidavits from anybody, anything that can back this up, that this was a legal request? And I understand your systems and, you know, in the environment you operate, but is there a trace that these instructions were given?
So he was not issuing an instruction. He put me on a speakerphone and there were people around him and he asked, Vanagit, are you able to do this? The instruction obviously I assumed would come later on, but the instruction never came. But obviously there would be a mechanism, because if you would expect me now to suddenly monitor SAPS systems, that's hacking, it's illegal, you understand? So certainly there should have been a mechanism that would have enabled me to do that with an environment that is within the scope of the law.
And you said General Sithole was in the same room when you were on the speakerphone, correct?
Yeah, that's what he told me. So
Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Yes, when he came to my farm, that is what he told me.
Did he explain why he was present? Was there any
don't.
conversation around it? I mean, he came and he tells you General Sithole was present. What was the reason for telling you that?
I asked him because I was nervous.
Why were you nervous, sir?
I mean, you don't go around exposing what it is that I can do. And look, perceptions matter, you know? So at the time that he asked me, I was okay, I'll say, yes, I can do this thing, which I can. But when he came and he was in front of me, I said to him, look, why? I noticed that I was on a sort of loudspeaker, but who were you with? And he said, no. He was with General Sithole. I said, okay. Left it at that.
You said in paragraph 60, I think Mr. Mkhwanazi alluded to he knew they were listening.
Yes.
Who was he referring to specifically when he said he knows they are listening?
It should be crime intelligence. There's no other people with that capacity. It's crime intelligence, you know? It's crime intelligence and whoever they work with. He's not going to refer to anybody else.
So there's nobody specific that you think he was alluding to? Did he communicate anything to you?
No, nothing that he communicated.
I want to ask the next question, and I want to start off just by saying, and I'll ask the question with respect to the family, because I don't think any family needs to go through any of this. But you assert that the family obtained a court order for the toxology and all of that. Do you have documents with those findings? And have you seen the report yourself?
I've seen the report. I saw the case docket. I saw when it was registered. I saw when it was transferred. Like I said, it was opened at Cambridge SAPS and then transferred. It was an inquest docket that was opened. The family, remember, General Mkhwanazi was not only speaking to me when raising these concerns. So obviously the family felt that, look, what we see, what happened on the room, the information that they had received or he had relayed to them, it warrants for them to actually have reasonable grounds to suspect that there's foul play. And when they eventually did approach the courts and actually ensure that this thing his body is exhumed and the report is done, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dotjeni. That was my last question to you. I don't have many for Mrs. Mashale. I just would like to request, Chair, that any of the claims made by Mrs. Mashale in this affidavit, I request that all these accusations and claims that allude to criminal activity, that evidence just be properly compiled in a decent format. You know, the amount that came through today alone, never mind last night, and through all the provisions and who we thought we're seeing and when, it's really created a lot of confusion. So I wouldn't want to really ask too many questions without everything, because it would be looking like I'm putting you on the spot for no reason. I just want to speak about one or two things that I did notice. You spoke in your statement about your husband who was asked to fabricate allegations against General Nkuna, and to get the charges dropped. Is that correct? And then you also said that your husband refused to make
Yes.
any fabrication. And then just after that, you say that the charges were dropped. Is this just a coincidence?
The court withdraw the charges because the police didn't come with an adequate charge sheet. So the court withdraw the charges, not the police.
Did your husband do anything about this abuse and
There is still now, you see,
just in short, it's fine.
yes, they did. They sued the state.
All right. In 3.13 of your, in the paragraph 3.13, you said that Major General Lucia threatened he will deal with you, and he phoned the whistleblower. Oh, sorry, the witness. My apologies. Why did the Major General Lucia phone the witness to threaten you?
Because he also submitted affidavits supporting evidence to the protected disclosures that I made to General.
The witness. I understand he was also asked to withdraw.
Yes.
But my question is more, why did he tell me he'll deal with you to the witness? I understand why you phoned the witness to withdraw.
He told the witness to withdraw, he will deal with me and he's make sure that I dismiss. So that was also a form of intimidation to the witness to no further involve himself or testify on the affidavits that he submitted.
All right. The next question I want to ask you, you mentioned President Ramaphosa felt cabinet members were plotting against him. I want to understand just quickly, and I might have missed it. Were these plots political plotting, or was it a security plotting, or a criminal plotting? Or
According to my understanding, it seemed like it was political plotting.
why would he be using state security to fight political issues?
We can ask ourselves, so why does people do what they do? Because things are being done, things happen, state resources are being used, and we don't know.
You had no information on that specifically.
No.
You've
All I
heard
know is I can assume that because SSA was in the office of the president, so he might have thought that let him use the state security which is under him in his office.
For time, I will make this my last questions. You indicated during a meeting with those agents that memory cards of your husband's phone were taken. Why did they take the memory cards from all the...
He
backup?
gave it to them because all the information relating to what we reported to them were on the memory card. So he gave it to them.
All right. No, and that's fine. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm done. Thank you, Mrs. Mashale.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sopa. Honorable Souls. It's 25 minutes to 20 hours. Your time starts now.
Until what time?
You have observed the trend.
We've already dealt with that, Chair. Please give me until what time do I have?
You must not go beyond 30 minutes.
Okay. So it's
Once, if we go to 8:05, you must stop speaking at 8:05.
Yes, sir. Do you mean 30 minutes per witness or?
I'm saying you must not go beyond 30 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mashale, in my view, good evening, Chair.
Good evening, Honorable Souls.
In my view, you are a whistleblower. In my view. Just based on your submissions, we should actually be saluting you, not scolding you. You get nothing in return whilst those that you are trying to expose are walking away with millions of public funds. I cannot attest to your personal character, but when I just exclusively test and look at your evidence, I can only say thank you For all these years, you kept on fighting. Thank you. Don't stop. Keep going. Whistleblowers are going to win. The tide is turning. Whistleblowers are going to win. They are shocked that they turned the fire 7 times hotter for you and you didn't burn because there's a 4th man in the fire with you. So keep going. You remind me of my mother, the way you pull your face, the way you. So your children should be very proud of you. You testified earlier. I want to understand, are you testifying that General Khumalo lied under oath about you?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think he would want to lie about you or make you look like you are not credible?
There are several attempts, and still there are, and there's still going to be several attempts to discredit me. But I also feel that if you're going to discredit me, you must at least discredit me with credible evidence also. Don't just discredit me for the sake of discrediting me with misinformation, because as the head of crime intelligence, General Khumalo had the duty before coming to Parliament to confirm the information that he came to give under oath here at Parliament. And he didn't do that. He took the information as he got it from whoever gave it to him, because this information was also presented by General Masimula in Parliament. And as a result thereof, a complaint was submitted by Merida Haas to Parliament to say General Masimula and Minister Tele lied to Parliament under oath relating to this very issue. Now General Khumalo take the very same report that was submitted by General Masimula to Parliament, and he came here with that report without confirming the information.
In your testimony, are you saying that you have proof or that you can prove that some SAPS officials during your time in SAPS has been supplying guns to gangsters?
I have evidence. I have evidence, and that evidence is still in the possession of DPCI Free State. Brigadier Mafojani. I printed everything for them. There's evidence that firearms they were meant to distract it were removed from the Free State sub-storage facility and sold back to the black market.
So our children are killing each other with guns supplied by SAPS.
Guns supplied by SAPS, yes.
Name the people in SAPS whom you can prove is corrupt.
I will start with General Lysia. Then I will go to the Provincial Commissioner of Free State. Then I will go to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Free State. Then I will go to General Sibia. I will add General Khumalo and General Lushaba. If you want me to sit yet for the whole night, but currently now I can tell you safely that Free State SAPS is a crime scene. Firearms, I have evidence that firearms are being removed, and General Isia and General Mudisa is implicated, that they supplied hitmen with firearms from the storage facilities. Those firearms killed witnesses, and those firearms are now in the possession as a result of the Mr. Nguru's evidence that he provided. Mr. Nguru exposed the location of the firearms. Those firearms are now in the possession, and it killed a teacher, it killed a police officer, it killed many other people. Those firearms must still be linked to more killings that we still don't know. The firearms have been sent for IDOS testing. We will get the results. And if you are a hard worker in Free State and you fight against crime, you become a target. Currently, we sit with the situation where anti-gang members were arrested by anti-corruption, whereby they went to Nigerians, take the drugs, take the money, and they take them for themselves and they release them. And then anti-corruption arrested them. There were evidence, there were witnesses, and then a general, Mkhwanazi, she found him not guilty on the departmental trial while they are still on trial in court. They were arrested a second time for the same offenses. And they were found not guilty again. Now you ask yourself, that same General Mkhwanazi that I'm speaking with, where her son raped a minor child, and a police officer was instructed not to arrest the son. And that case was withdrawn by the DPP. And because I can speak about these things on my social media platforms, I went to expose it on social media. As a result thereof, that docket was requested and put on the roll again. But I don't know currently what is the status. When is that little girl going to get her justice while Mkhwanazi was promoted and her son is still out there? We don't know how many other girls are suffering as a result of what he did to that little girl.
And how do you feel about the fact that such people with alleged crimes are protected or seems to be protected, whilst your children needs to watch you in court with chains around your feet? How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel that I'm angry because my children also deserve the right to a normal life. And as much as the children of these people who are being implicated in these crimes and corruption have normal lives, and I'm trying to at least make a difference, and I'm being chasing around, and I must stay in hiding. I cannot spend time with my kids. I'm angry.
Just very quickly, so that I spend the next 15 minutes with the next witness. Let's jump quickly to the WhatsApps. I'm not going to touch all of it, but there's one that's very interesting. 23rd January, General Libya, you reported allegations of corruptions against Major General Jan Totsetsi for the misuse of 300,000 from a Tea Club funds for his farewell function. You also reported that a whistleblower, Mkhwanazi, has been victimized after reporting Totsetsi. And you urged DPCI to investigate the matter, and so on and so on. What happened to that?
In fact, Mkhwanazi is also a whistleblower, was convicted on a crime where there is not even a complainant. He's currently in jail.
Wow.
He's in jail. So Tesi got away while there is serious dockets. Even the docket where the farm manager Werner Horn was killed, where Max exposed it, police officers transported the hitman. So Tesi was catch red-handed inside the kraal of a farmer. They caught him there. Nothing happened. In fact, the witness in that case who was Totsetsi's, because Totsetsi also have a farm, cattle. In fact, all these generals have farms. I don't know where they get the money to buy all these farms, but they have farms. So the farmers in Bethlehem, that side of Bethlehem, opened a dossier relating to the crimes where Totsetsi and other police officers are implicated in. Their dossier was handed over to the former Minister Becky Cele and the Hawks. Up to today, nothing happened. That's why I went to General Libya. Recently, before Max was convicted, you took the dossier to IPET in Bloemfontein. Nothing happened. That 300,000 rand that we are talking about is money from the police stations, whereby police stations were instructed to each and every police station must donate 10,000 or above for the farewell function of Tsotetsi. That was reported. Nothing happened.
I wish we had more time. But then you also mentioned WhatsApps to Advocate J. Govender, potential illegal military style training camp near Vicksburg. What is that about? You gotta go quickly for me, no?
Remember, there was the issue of the illegal military camps that was established in Mpumalanga. There was a reserve, but we reported to SSA. And then I received information that even in Vicksburg, there are these illegal camps. There was when I posted recently on Facebook to say, there are illegal military camps where Lesotho nationals are being trained. And SAPS announced, they make a huge announcement to say, we are going to look for these illegal military camps. When they arrived there, those people were gone. But the Lesotho government confirmed it. It's true. Those illegal military camps was there, but as a result of the fact that SAPS made an announcement that they are going there, those people left.
All right. Then you have something about a Major General Pelani Lushaba. He allegedly filed a false house robbery case to cover up the theft of a CI laptop, crime intelligence laptop. What's that about? Briefly.
Is the case that I talked about that Honorable Skosana asked me about the sex worker that he invited to his house, had fun with her, and she stole the laptop, the cell phone, and the firearm. You went to the Valeria police station, opened a case of house robbery. When the case was investigated by the warrant officer, who was now also dismissed as a result of that, he found that there was no house robbery. It was a night of fun, and this lady decided that she's going to take these items for herself, and he opened a case against General Lushaba for defeating the ends of justice in perjury.
Okay. Then there's safe houses that's being used for personal use, registration of family members as informers, nepotism that you also sent to.
Yes.
What's that about?
Brigadier Kubeka, who is also a section head of crime intelligence in Free State, has been using a safe house for his and his family personal use for a very long time. Even the Secret Service vehicles. I reported also that to the Inspector General of Intelligence and to General Sibia. Nothing, General Libya, nothing happened.
Nothing happened to date.
To date.
You also say you send WhatsApps to Honorable Ian Cameron.
Yes.
27 January, you informed him regarding the career path of the District Commissioner of Overberg, who was appointed as Brigadier in 2011. And then you discussed that you must compile a list of generals who were irregularly appointed.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Brigadier Mutshulugi was appointed in 2011 as a communication officer in the South African Police Services. She never underwent basic training. That is a requirement when you are appointed in visible policing. In fact, she failed the basic training. She failed the firearm competency. She actually failed everything to make her competent to be in that position. I reported it to Honorable Ian Cameron, and he asked me for more information and documents. I sent him everything. He even went on Facebook to expose this, because after that, she was appointed, she was promoted to the District Commissioner, as a Major General, the District Commissioner of Overberg. Incompetent as she was and not.
And what was the response? Was it dealt with?
She opened a case against Honorable Ian Cameron for criminal injury. That's what they do. I
So
don't
she's
know what
still there.
happened. I think she's now She's not at Overberg anymore, but I don't know. You would know where is she currently, but she's still the district commissioner.
Ms. Nhlanhla, I wish we could do more, but we're going to stop there for now.
Thank you, Honorable.
Mr. Dotjeni, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, member.
Look, I must say to you that I'm very proud of you, for whatever that's worth, how you present yourself. But most of all, I respect you for one thing that it just stands out. The fact that you are committed to look at data first before you draw a conclusion. And every time you ask the question that requires you to share an opinion or anything, and you have not looked at data, you refuse to comment on that. That is such a high level of integrity. And I want to say to you, I respect you for that.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. And I want to credit that to this very government that trained me. I did not get these skills on my own. Many dedicated officers within the force actually imparted these skills.
Well, you
I
the
don't claim to
quality.
be perfect, but yeah, we try.
Well, you the quality that we want. Tell me, sir, do you consider General Mkhwanazi like a mentor or a type of father figure?
You know, honorable member, when you undergo police training, there's a certain indoctrination that actually takes place at the college. One, the rank. Two, the sound of a firearm. That training hardly leaves you. So when you see a senior officer stand in front of you, no matter who they are, that rank makes you nervous. That rank forces you to salute. And that's what you leave understanding. So it would be difficult to understand this relationship when you haven't had that indoctrination. We react differently even to firearms. If you hear a sound, each person interprets that sound in a different way. I saw at the Nhlanhla Commission, General Mkhwanazi heard a loud bang. He didn't flinch. The members were ducking underneath the table. It shows you the conditioning that takes place within law enforcement training. So if you ask me, was he a mentor? He was a general. And you begin by recognizing, hey, you must fear these people. And then when they begin to do good things, you then afford those accolades to them. It just comes with the territory. It could have been anyone. Had they done the right thing and been my commander, I would be speaking about them today.
So General Mkhwanazi did the right thing. He was your commander. He was a general. And for that reason, you have some sense of revere for him.
Yes, I can say that. Yes.
Do you miss him?
It's the kids that matter. That's the bottom line. It's his children, it's his family. That's where it really matters. I still have a father, I still have a mother. They don't have a father. That's the bottom line.
Do you miss him?
Well, if you've known anyone, certainly you would, and they've passed, you would certainly say, yeah, if General Mkhwanazi had been here in this particular situation, perhaps this would not have happened. And there are many people who have passed, and we fill in those gaps and we say, if so-and-so had been here, perhaps this would not have happened.
It's okay for you to say that you do, because I'm only asking it in this way because I've seen how you have testified and I've read your submission and I see a deep emotion there. It's okay for you to say you miss him. It's okay for you to say you're sitting in that seat today because his voice speaks from the grave for justice. It's okay for you to do that. And I just want you to know that when reading your submission, I can see and I can feel. And I want you to know that it's okay to be in touch with that. And to do it for his family and for his children. He would have wanted you to do it. So I want to know, do you feel like there's a divine burden that you've been given to honor the legacy of General Mkhwanazi?
I wouldn't call it a divine burden, honorable member. But first and foremost, it's a duty. I think when I started, and I was having this debate with council, to say, before I speak, I would actually like to make a Mayday call. Because it is only through a Mayday call that the president of this country has to listen. The armed forces are not used to standing in front of cameras and making statements. They are not meant to do that. But the unfortunate situation in which we find ourselves in is that, unfortunately, even those who operate within the darkness have to come forward.
You testify that, and I quote in section 3 of your testimony, we're going to rush through it. The tumultuous tenure of Lieutenant General Richard Nhlanhla, who assumed leadership of the unit in 29, ushered in a climate of fear, internal surveillance, and overt patronage networks. Officers were assessed not by skill, integrity, or experience, but by loyalty to specific power blocks. In 1 minute, explain to me.
How do you justify promoting a cashier to be responsible for law enforcement investigations within crime intelligence at the rank of a sergeant, and you overlook dedicated constables who have actually undergone intensive training, both by general policing and then ultimately by crime intelligence? That alone was not just undermining those officials, because the ripple effect of everything is that you now today have unresolved cases, a weak intelligence structure. You can go on and on and on.
So in your view, based on your testimony from 2009, there was an intentional effort to weaken crime intelligence.
The center did not hold, sir. Those who occupied positions of power were selfish in their approach. I don't know what motivated them, but the consequences we feel today.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
You further go on to say from 2009 to 2011, when you testified earlier, the evidence leader said you exited SEPS in 2012.
Yes. 2012.
Was it 2012 or 2011?
2012.
2012. Your statement says 2011.
I tried to correct that in the supplementary statement.
All right, so it's 2012.
I left 2012.
I
exited 2012.
All right. Then you say from 2009 to 2011, I observed how operational cohesion gave way to systematic factionalism. 1 minute. Wait for me.
It is hardly based on the evidence which I submitted earlier, where I had witnessed and received reports from intelligence agents on the ground and the operations that they were involved in, which were not authorized, were not in accordance to the law, did not address priorities, national priorities in terms of crime. And based on that, we made the assessment that actually what is driving these investigations are other issues other than the issue concerning crime.
So you're submitting there are factions in the SAPS?
Yes.
All right.
I make this point, and it is unlike any other faction. Yeah.
All right. Then do you hold by your statement, now that you've clarified that you've exited in 2012, you say by the time I exited SEPS in 2011, it will now be 2012. This pattern was firmly established.
I stand by that statement. It was firmly established. And unfortunately, if any of the people that were appointed, some of them are still serving till today. That is what they understand. That is how they'll still do things.
You know, the 31 December letter from the minister, it didn't only deal with the disbandment, it also dealt with the moratorium on appointments. You make mention of this in your statement. You say compounding this is the alleged moratorium on the appointment of critical crime intelligence post believed to have been imposed or maintained by executive directive. It has left the division hollowed out and precisely the moment South Africa faces its most sophisticated wave of organized crimes. Kidnappings, transnational trafficking, cyber-enabled financial crime, and targeted political violence. SAPS has neither the personnel nor the internal trust to tackle these threats at the scale required. That second part in the letter, are you saying that in itself is also an intentional effort to weaken crime intelligence?
What I witnessed during the era of General Mkhwanazi was precisely what is happening now. This is why I say perhaps it's the same script, different cast, but when crime intelligence posts become available, which is not a day-to-day thing, it is ordinarily under circumstances when a thorough assessment has been done to actually determine the needs of that unit. At your weakest moment, you don't, what is the word? You don't disassemble, you build. And all indications are that crime intelligence at the present moment is a little bit challenged when it comes to assisting in the fight against crime.
All right. You literally have 1 minute. And in that 1 minute, on behalf of General Mkhwanazi's children, what they want, what they dream for, his wife, for justice, in 1 minute, tell us as Parliament, if General Mkhwanazi was here now, what would he have wanted us to do?
There was a dream for this country, and I believe there still is a dream, that a people can come together and live as one, regardless of race, of creed, of any form of belief. But such society can only thrive when all of us can live in this land freely so. You do not commit a murder at that level of this institution called government, this country, this republic. I think one of the things that I remember General Mkhwanazi used to say is that, Chief, it's not about you. Yes, it's not about you. It's not about you and me. Because ultimately, all of us need to make a sacrifice to build this country to be that ideal that we aim for it to be. If I were him, I'd say that.
Stop. Stop. Dochen. Stop. Thank you so much, Honorable Souls and Mr. Dochen. We are now left with two speakers. That is Honorable Vessels and Honorable James. Can we conclude this part and adjourn or what? Okay, let me check with the two advocates. Advocate Mkhwanazi and Advocate Mkhwanazi, are you going to ask questions here after? Advocate Arons, are you going to ask any question? Okay. Let's run and conclude the business because we're only left with two speakers. Yeah. If you can go back where you were and rearrange. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll be as brief as possible. Let me start for you, Mrs. Mkhwanazi. You said a little bit earlier that you are here to assist the committee, and that is much appreciated. What I do want to ask you, and want to ask you to assist me to understand, is I have a trouble with that sentiment to say that you are here to assist us if you know that at the center of what we are busy with here is the PKTT. Do you know that? Now, on the 6th of July, following the media conference, media briefing by General Mkhwanazi, you made a Facebook post where you answered him. You responded to him. And you then made a very serious allegation with regards to the PKTT. Do you remember that?
Good evening, Honorable Vessels. If you can just remind me, what was it about and what did I say in them?
Let me remind you, you said that the PKTT protected police officers who stole firearms that was used to kill one of the victims of a political killing.
Yes,
You remember that?
I remember.
What I have a difficulty with is if you know this, you know it's, and you then say, and this is very important, as part of that post, you say, I have proof in capital letters. Today, in your affidavit, you many times use the word, there's evidence, there's proof. On social media and a lot of your other posts, you also say there's proof, I have proof. You said it today during your testimony as well, and you even pointed to the files in front of you. That's the annexures that we have. Although with all due respect, I don't think that contains proof of what you actually allege. And that's the danger here. And I'm going to get to the question now, but you said earlier that you are studying LLB. I hope you then know the universal truth of the law. And that is now, I'm going to say it in Afrikaans because it sounds better. Die law steur hom nie aan feite nie, slegs aan bewyse. The law is only concerned with evidence, not with facts. Even if you know something for a fact, you're going to lose in court. My problem is, with everything you say, there's proof. But with this one very important thing that's very crucial to what we are busy with here as Ad Hoc Committee in terms of deciding if the PKTT was disbanded with valid reason. And if you say that you have proof that their members are protecting police officers that stole weapons that were used to perform or to enact or this one of the political killings, then that's very crucial to our mandate and to what we are busy with. Why did you not bring that to the committee?
I did earlier refer to the Sindiso Makaka case. And I did say that I was contacted through a third person by the hitman who killed Sindiso Makaka. As a result thereof, I requested Honorable Fadil Adams' assistance with this matter. You went to Westwell Prison to meet with the hitman who killed Sindiso Makaka. The hitman gave him an affidavit implicating the crime intelligence officers who signed for the purchase of the firearm and the firearm that killed Sindiso Makaka as well as the getaway vehicle. There was, the hitman asked that we should assist him to make a confession, to plead guilty, and that his trial should be separated from the trial of his co-accused because he alleged that General Khumalo, Advocate Kaba, and his lawyer refused him since 2019 to make this confession. He referred to the investigation officer. The hitman was arrested by General Khumalo, but the docket was investigated by Sergeant Anthony Lamini. He investigated the docket.
Apologize for interrupting you, but I don't have a lot of time. I understand that, and I heard that as well, but I still don't understand why would you not then bring, for instance, the affidavit and include that in your annexures?
I was requested through the lawyer of the hitman that the hitman want to make the disclosures personally himself. He didn't give me permission to come with his affidavit to this committee because he said, the lawyer said the hitman made a submission to this committee and to the Madanga Commission because he wants to make the disclosures relating to the kingpins in the murder of Sindiso Makaka. He wants to make it himself. So it's not my place. When he didn't give me permission to do that, it's not my place to do it.
And that's the only proof you have.
I have the affidavit in my possession, but it's not my place to share it, the Ad Hoc Committee.
So it's just the hitman's version that you have.
As I said, he's the hitman who admitted in court that he killed Sindiso Makaka and he was working with police officers from crime intelligence. So
those crime intelligence officers that he then implicated, are you saying they were members of the PKTT for a fact?
They were members of crime intelligence, but the problem was that members of the PKTT refused him to make a full disclosure into this matter. That was the issue relating to the certain members, not all members, certain members of the PKTT.
I understand that. You earlier referred to when you were led in your initial evidence, in your testimony, you referred to the Vrede Farm. I just want to clarify, you're referring to the Estina Vrede Dairy project, the
Yes.
infamous Gupta
Yes.
leaks. Okay. And what's your allegation there that
There's a inmate who's now in Zonderwater, Mr. Zwelenzima Joseph Noor, who have been in detention since 1999 for stock theft. He is the one who have been used by senior officials in SAPS, DPP, Correctional Services, to supply them with hitmen to kill certain witnesses, including the Vrede Farm witnesses. He is the one who also requested that I must come to make a request to this committee because he is implicating himself. He says he's not afraid to go. I have voice recordings that I can share, but unfortunately it's all in Sotho. But he made a request to say, a lot of people have been killed and I am prepared as a witness and as a suspect in those matters to disclose it to this committee.
And I just want to go back just to get clarity on the whole timeline of your employment. And that has been scrutinized quite at length today. But if I understand correctly, you first faced a disciplinary procedure in 2008. Am I correct? That was with regards to the health employment issue. Okay. Around there, you made a protective disclosure about the firearms. Am I correct?
The
That was
protected disclosure, I just want to correct you there. The one about the firearms I did in 2018.
18.
Yes.
Okay, so your husband made protected disclosures or disclosures. I'm not sure if he was then still employed by the police, but he made disclosures about the crime statistics and so
Syndicates,
forth
yes.
and all of
It
that.
was in 2007.
Your affidavit says 2010, 11.
It
So
was, the investigation was completed by ICD in 2011, and they found all those allegations to be true.
Okay.
There is a report that I
yes,
submitted.
that's correct. So you faced disciplinary procedures 2008. Those disclosures were made about 2010. The process was or concluded or investigated in 2011. Then you made the protected disclosures about the firearms 2018. And then you faced disciplinary procedures or process in 2021. Am I correct?
2020, I made a protected disclosures in 2021. That's when
Again,
yes.
as well. Okay. And that was then about all the other issues.
Yes.
So it was the firearms 2018 and then all the other issues. And then you faced the final disciplinary procedures. Okay. Now, I just wanted to clarify that for myself. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. I think
Thank you,
everybody, all the other colleagues covered me quite well. Just to Mr. Dotjeni as well, I don't have any further questions for you, but I do want to thank you for your evidence and your testimony and your inputs and insights as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vessels. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mashali, jy het baie gepraat vandag.
Good evening, Honorable. Regtig baie gepraat.
Kop raak glad. Ek weet nie waar om te begin nie. Ek weet nie hoe manage jy om al daai information te stoor nie.
Ek ook nie.
Wat jy ons hier gesê het vandag, name en datums is regtig ongelooflik. Maar ek wil jou vra vandag, waarom is jy hier? What is your why that you speak so passionately?
I was raised by a single mother because my father was killed in 1974. Just shortly after I was born, he was burnt alive by his employer. So my mother was left with 3 small children, and she had to raise us through those hard times. The one thing that my mother taught me to say was, it doesn't matter whether we are poor, we don't have money. One thing that will make you rich in life is speak your truth, even if you stand alone. Don't run in circles where people are ashamed of the truth. You are going to get a hard time. You are going to be humiliated. But stand strong in the truth, because in the end, the truth is the only thing that will set you in front of other people. My mother died while I was still young. I was 18 years when she was also in an accident, and I had to raise my brothers. I taught them the same values. One of my brothers is out of hand, drugs and all those things. And people blamed me when I celebrated and say we did it. When they were arrested, when General Khumalo and the others were arrested. But go and ask my brother, when he does something wrong and he gets arrested, I celebrate. I will be the one to take him to the police or a police station, because I will not tolerate one of my families to be part of the problem in this country.
Thank you.
That's why I celebrated when a case that was reported was investigated, prima facie evidence was
Ek gaan jou
found.
gou daar stop. Ek weet jy wil graag meer gesels. I want to ask you, at any point, because I've been listening to your testimony, at any point do you perhaps believe that people can use you as a tool? and share information to drive their own agendas. Have you ever thought about that?
There was people who tried to use me as a tool. I received a 6 million offer through my husband by the executive director of IPID to say, stop talking about corruption.
Wie was daai?
Jennifer Nhlanhla. There's the
Offered you how
reason
much?
why I actually divorced my husband.
Jy moet nou baie stadig gaan because jy het nou 'n serious allegation gemaak. Who offered you 6 million?
My husband came to me and he said, I reported all these issues to the executive director of IPID, Jennifer Nhlanhla. And behind my back, she went to my husband because I don't know what was she and Becky, Minister Cele discussing. And he came to me with this offer to say, you know what? I received this offer from Jennifer Nhlanhla. They will give you 6 million. They will give you a rank of a brigadier. They will buy you a house and a car. Just stop exposing and implicate the minister in corruption. That is the day when I told my husband to say, this is the end of the marriage.
Sure. That is heavy. Okay. I want to ask you, are you currently enrolled in any form of witness protection? No. Because wat jy hier praat vandag, I honestly think that you need to.
The government is not
Protection.
prepared to offer me witness protection. I'm on my own.
Why do you say so? Who have you asked for witness protection?
The threat assessment was sent to Parliament, and up to today, no. In fact, Free State Crime Intelligence Head charged Warrant Officer Masdor because he did a threat assessment on me.
I think that's something we need to revisit. You also spoke earlier on and you indicated something that made my skin crawl. You indicated in your evidence that firearms that were officially booked in at SAPS for destruction were subsequently re-registered and returned to our streets, right? Could you explain the formal process for destruction of firearms and whether it is legally possible for firearms destined for destruction to be re-registered? And I'm asking this because this is not the first time. Way back, we had a colonel by the name of Christian Prinsloo.
Who has been released in 2020.
Christian Prinsloo, way back, there was firearms that was handed in and he actually was selling those firearms to gangs here on the Western Cape. En nou sê jy weer vir my, years later, the same thing is still happening in SAPS. What is the process? How does this happen?
When the firearm owners hands over the firearms at a police station, those firearms are forfeited to the state. When the firearms are forfeited to the state, police stations take the firearms to the provincial storage facility. When those firearms arrives at the provincial storage facility, those firearms must be taken off the system and it must be placed on State Department 1. State Department 1 means these firearms now belong to SAPS. So once they are placed on State Department 1, these firearms are now marked for destruction. You cannot do anything with them because it belongs to the state now. So what I found, that before these firearms are placed on State Department 1, these firearms are now being placed back into the system, sold to different dealers. And those dealers register the firearms on their dealerships and those firearms get licensed at the Center of Firearms. Police officers.
Do you have a name for us?
I printed all the documents that I handed over to Colonel Scotta. Last time when I did inquiries, because General Mutley is now.
Who did you hand the dockets over, the names?
Colonel Scotta.
And when was this?
This was in 2020 during the lockdown.
And what happened since you handed over those names?
What happened, General Mutley wanted to pursue this investigation, but unfortunately they didn't have someone who could check the serial numbers of the firearms for them on the system. As a result thereof, General Mutfi called me and said, Patricia, will you be fine if I ask the provincial commissioner for a service arrangement so that you can come temporarily to DPCI to assist us to check the statuses on these firearms through the serial numbers. He wrote a letter to the provincial commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, and she declined that request, and it ended there.
Sure. You also testified that certain members within crime intelligence were found to have links to drug cartels. When you started earlier on, you said there's drug dealers. Those were your exact words. Stuck with me, and I'm sure you know why. There's drug dealers in crime intelligence. Who are they? And how do they operate?
There's the reason why my husband was arrested, because he stumbled across these crime cartels. And it was not just in crime intelligence, there was traffic office, because he submitted this profile. It was a profile list that he submitted to General Nhlanhla. As a result thereof, General Nhlanhla established this task team to investigate these cartels. Shortly after this task team, my husband was part of the task team. The task team members was arrested, and that is where Colonel Sinatle went to my husband and said he must implicate General Nhlanhla into this, of being part of this syndicate.
I'm not sure if it was you earlier on, touched on the 30 million drugs that were seized.
That was relating to the issue of General Khan, the departmental case against General Khan, where the drugs were seized and police officers went to the scene to remove the drugs from the scene, and another police officer called General Khan to inform him that, yeah, our police officers were removing the drugs from the scene. General Khan went to the crime scene. He called, I think, the head of DPCI to take over the crime scene. And he was also charged as a result of that, because they say he interfered into the fact that the police officers were trying to remove. The police officers was told, they later confessed that indeed they tried to remove the drugs from the crime scene.
Yes, because I remember they tried to remove those drugs before actually putting it in forensic bags and actually numbering those bags. So when the second team came on site, they actually disposed of the drugs in a proper manner.
Yes.
Am I right?
It's the team that General Khan called, the second team.
Do you know Feroz Khan very well?
No.
Do you have a relationship with him?
I have never seen General Khan in my life, but there was a rumor that actually it was Honorable Ian Cameron who told my husband that I'm having a romantic relationship with General Khan. I don't know General Khan. I have never spoken to him. I don't have his nothing. I don't know where Honorable Ian Cameron got that information, but he told my husband, because Honorable Ian Cameron, I don't think he knows what is the relationship between me and my husband. He's speaking a lot with him. They are speaking on a daily basis. He told my husband that Patricia have a romantic relationship with General Khan.
Dat julle twee ook die kat knip.
Soos ek in Maasdorp.
Has he even given you information?
No, I
Never.
General Khan?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never communicated with General Khan. I don't have his number. I've never communicated with him. I've never seen him like this. I've only seen him on pictures or wherever he's been shown. I don't know him, and he doesn't know me.
Also, I want to ask, do you know Mr. O'Sullivan? And if so, to what extent was his involvement in matters relating to SAPS, crime intelligence, state security?
I have this YouTube channel, my own YouTube channel, where there's other guy in Jabula, where we actually challenge Paul O'Sullivan on several occasions relating to the Senzomiwa case and other cases, to say that he is all over the place in police business, but we've never found him actually questioning Kininda's behavior in the Senzomiwa case. I've never spoken to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. I don't think he knows me. But there was a time where he also shared information that I shared on Facebook, and he also shared that information. And I don't, maybe he took it from my Facebook with me. But I've never spoken to him. I don't know him.
Do you think he could be connected with these drug cartels?
If you look at the Radovan Kresha case and what transpired in that case, I believe he's connected.
Are you specifically referring to the fact that you organized for witness protection for one
I
of those?
specifically refer to the fact that they organized witness protection with the idea of a dead man for their Section 204 witness.
Say that again.
I received
Ms. Mashela, just go slow.
Okay.
What are you saying? They organized,
witness protection.
yeah?
They gave the ID of Mr. Jacob Nare, who was murdered in 2015. This witness of them, the Section 204 witness, is now known as Jacob Nare. But Jacob Nare was killed, and Jacob Nare's brother sent me here to say, please ask Parliament to assist us with our brother's matter, because this undocumented Zimbabwean national is an imposter using the ID of our brother.
And who organized that? Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Paul O'Sullivan, Candace Kutsia, and Gininda.
Sure. Okay. Finally, based on your evidence and your observations, you have indicated that political interference within SAPS and other state security institutions continues, right? According to your experience, which political parties have been at the center of interference?
From what I know in Free State is the ANC.
Vini ANC, and why do you say that?
I know about Ace Magashule, and currently now I know about the current premier, of which serious cases have been opened against her by the EFF, and those cases are being covered up by the South African Police Services. Queen, the current premier, they call her Queen.
Current premier of which?
Free State.
Of the Free State. And you say there's cases against her?
There's cases that have been opened last year by the EFF. That docket and her baby mama, a baby daddy, is the chief prosecutor, Mr. Silo Matloko. So these cases, these people I can tell you, is a syndicate. They are working together, is SAPS, is the DPP, NPAs, correctional services, hence I'm saying, if Mr. Nguru can be called, or you can interrogate his evidence, because it's not just affidavits. He have evidence of payments that have been made to him by generals, by the current DPP of Free State. There's receipts. Those payments, his lawyer confirmed that there's a trust account that was open for these payments to be made in the trust accounts, because Mr. Nguru was the one who was facilitating hitmen for the politicians, and the SAPS and DPP correctional services. All those people cover up these cases.
Sure, dankie. Ms. Patricia Mashale. Vrou wat so baie post op Twitter en Facebook, I finally get to put a face to it. Thank you so much for your service towards South Africans. But I also want to tell you that, you know, with your type of optimism and activism, at some point you'll be ostracized. So just re-look at your approach, because when you put stuff out there in the public domain, sometimes it actually compromises the very matter that you're trying to pursue. Just to
Can I respond to that, Honorable James? When I receive information from the sources and the whistleblowers, because I also call them whistleblowers, they just are free to come forward because of this retaliation, they specifically request me to put it out there. Because if it's not out there, it's going to be covered up. And we have experience of that serious crimes and corruption, like when he spoke about General Mkhwanazi's sister contacted me. She has been posting on Facebook for the longest time. And there was a time when I also posted about General Mkhwanazi, and she contacted me and she was in tears to say, we are still looking for justice for our brother who have been poisoned. And I was so glad to see that you were posting about it because we have been everywhere. We are not getting assistance anywhere.
Okay.
So when I post it there, it's not because I want likes. It's because people request me to say the only way these issues are going to get attention if it's out there publicly.
Thank you, ma'am. I understand that, but I'm just saying to you that it sometimes compromises the very matter that you're trying to push and get justice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Totieni. I don't have many questions for you. You spoke about how SAPS is currently top-heavy with generals and on the grounds lacking the adequate resources to effectively do their jobs. Can you elaborate on this?
Earlier, thank you for the question, Honorable Chair. Earlier, I made the example of a simple function as being able to follow and trace metadata, cell phone metadata, when you are pursuing a dangerous suspect. It is a process of completing paperwork as it stands, which sometimes depends. It can be 3 days, can be 5 days, it can be a couple of days. Whereas in the past, having such access would make investigations, particularly when you are tracing high-profile criminals. That's the clarification. This investigative capacity and skill would be available at the ground, on the ground, with those officials.
Okay. You also, I want to ask you, are there cases of illegal, undocumented foreigners in the employment of South African Police Service?
I have not.
To your knowledge?
Well, my exposure was primarily in the province of the Eastern Cape. And throughout my years within law enforcement, I've not received reports where they've said they are illegal within that specific province. I cannot speak to other provinces.
Okay. I also want to ask you, were SAPS members involved in the death of General Mkhwanazi?
That is the crux of this whole thing.
Okay. I just needed us to be very direct and clear, and that needed to come out. The fact that you testified here today, alleging, insinuating that there are SAPS members involved in the murder of a general, a deputy commissioner.
A deputy national,
And that case hasn't been investigated.
Nothing. Well, they can say they've pushed paper, but it's 5 years down the line. It has not been investigated to satisfactory conditions or to satisfactory results that can actually lead to the prosecution of individuals that were behind this. And more so, we raised this alarm because of who General Mkhwanazi was at the time of his death. He was a general flanking the president of this republic during his inauguration. And that should mean something.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have no more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. Thank you so much, honorable members. Ms. Mashale. Mrs. Mashale. Did you celebrate the disbandment of the PKTT?
No, I did not celebrate the disbandment of the PKTT. I celebrated the arrest of General Kumalo, General Ushaba, Brigadier Nube, Brigadier...
Still coming to that point.
No, it was not a celebration of the disbandment of the PKTT. No, I didn't celebrate that.
What did you write on your post when
On
the PKTT was disbanded. After it was disbanded, what did you say?
I cannot remember that I say that I am happy that a PKT was disbanded. I cannot remember that I say I was happy about the disbandment. I know I shared information from a newspaper article on the 3rd of January 2025. And it was the first time that I also read in the newspaper about the disbandment of the PKT team. And I shared that same newspaper article.
You did not say anything about General Khumalo and his PKTT.
Can you please read that for me, Chairperson? As I'm saying, I shared a newspaper article on 3rd January 2025 relating to the disbandment of the PKT team.
That is what I'm asking you. Didn't you say General Khumalo and his PKTT members must now watch the space?
If you said I said that, then I can also explain that. Because
No. You can't say if I say you said you said.
okay, you are saying I said that.
It's you who was posting. It's not me.
I was saying to the members the entire day that when I referred to the matter of the PKTT, it was solely in relation to the case of Sindiso Makaka, whereby members of PKTT were found. I didn't say all the members, but General Khumalo was implicated by the hitmen of.
Listen, I want you to respond to this.
Okay.
On 30 June, Dumisani Khumalo and his disbanded political killing task team must prepare themselves for what is still coming.
Mm-hmm.
It is not raining anymore, it is flooding.
Yes. That one I admit, and as I said, it was because General Khumalo was part of the people who was implicated with that other members of the PKTT of stopping the hitmen from exposing the kingpins who killed Sindiso Makaka. And there was a witness who testified as witness E in the Nhlanhla Commission. That witness have been communicating with me since 2023. And he gave me all this information. I have everything here on my phone. I can share it with the committee. That witness gave me all the information to say that I am also aware that General Khumalo, General Advocate Kaba, General Lushaba, and the lawyer of the hitman do not want him to testify. So my reasoning was, if this person wants to testify, if this person wants to make an admission, why would General Khumalo, Kaba, all those people stop him to extend that I had to ask assistance from Honorable Fadil Adams to say, can we assist this person? It was only then money were gathered to pay the lawyer.
Do you agree with the statements that were made by General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi here before this committee, that one of the breakthroughs that were achieved by the PKTT was on the case of Sindiso Makaka?
Yes.
And they give credit to General Khumalo.
As I said, I also earlier said.
And his team.
Yes. I also mentioned earlier.
For the work that they have done, because that case has been called for a considerable number of years.
I also mentioned earlier, Chairperson, to say that General Khumalo and his team were the ones who arrested the hitmen. But the case was investigated.
Not only the hitman.
Yeah, those people were implicated in this Omakaka case.
Yes.
But the case, the docket was investigated.
I want to check with you. Do you have any other suspect in that case who was supposed to have been arrested and is still not arrested?
According to the hitman, yes, they are still suspect. The police officers who were supposed to be arrested, they've not been arrested, and the people who ordered.
Did the hitman appear before court?
Yes, he appeared before court, but I still have conversations with his lawyers also.
When the hitman appeared before court, did the court not afford him an opportunity to disclose any information that could have led to?
Now, he wanted to take the stand, and his lawyer actually is the one who refused him to take the stand.
His lawyer? Okay. So, but do you know that there are names that the hitman mentioned which led to the arrest of those suspects that
I know.
He would have mentioned their names?
I know, but also in his recent affidavit that he deposed of in November last year, he said in that affidavit that those are not all the people who are implicated. Hence, I said it's not my place to disclose the affidavit because he didn't give me permission. He said he want to disclose that information himself.
Okay. Having read to you the post that you made in which you proudly declare your ownership, do you present yourself as an impartial witness before this ad hoc committee?
I'm impartial.
In which way?
Chairperson, in a way that even if General Mkhwanazi made a mistake in some things, I'm not going to be quiet about him making mistakes because I have a reasonable belief that General Mkhwanazi could not have all the information about all the people, and there might be people who misled him. So if I had need to tell General Mkhwanazi, but here you were wrong, or anyone else, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to say it, to say, General Mkhwanazi, in this instance, you were wrong. And if I need to expose, impartiality goes with morality. You cannot claim to expose corruption and crime, but there's certain people that you need to protect. So if I need to be impartial, I cannot be seen to cover up or to protect other people. I don't want to be popular.
What I want to probe with you is, if you indeed valued the work of the PKTT, which I assume you did, why in your post you did not start by giving them credit for the successes that they have achieved?
That might have been I can accept that I might have not given them credit, but as I also earlier said, that I'm not talking about all the members of the PKTT. I'm talking about certain members of the PKTT.
No, it's not certain members. You say Dumisani Khumalo and he's disbanded. Because that team was led by him, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't say some of the...
Now let me explain that to you, Chairperson. When I say Dumisani Khumalo and his PKTT, I'm referring to because even in the PKTT, they are not all on the same page. They are the ones who are standing on that side, and they are the ones who are with General Dumisani Khumalo. So when I posted that, I was referring to these ones, these
No,
ones.
When was this post made? Is the 30th of June which year?
2025.
You cannot come and do a reading in now.
It's because you are asking me the
No,
question.
this
Mr.
post
President.
has circulated for more than 6 months.
But I already had that information.
No,
that time.
it has circulated for more than 6 months. And in the past 6 months, you never wanted to clarify why certain things are missing, which you are trying to.
I guess
Correct,
that is
correct.
why I'm here now to give that clarification, because even on social media, not
Because,
everyone are reading my social media posts, but when I'm here, a lot more people are now listening to what I'm saying. So that might be, from my side, was an oversight. I do credit the PKTT for the jobs that they've done. They've done very good jobs in other things. But in the matter of the cities of Matrata,
in your posts in the last 6 months, is there a post that you can present
No.
before us to say credit to the PKTT?
No.
Okay. And then you spoke about Mr. Nhlanhla, who is behind the bars. And you say he is incarcerated for a crime that he did not commit.
Now, he did commit the first crime of stock theft. He was supposed to be released in 2012. So he was never released. They alleged that he was released on parole, but there was never a parole release. So the documents that they are currently using to detain him is fraudulent documents, because there's no court warrant of detention to detain him. And according to him, police officers went to him and told him then, you will only be released from prison on one condition: when he make a sworn affidavit to absolve everyone that he already implicated.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. If you say a person has been released on parole, but he's still in jail, do you think there is a person who can willfully just stay in jail without a conviction?
He was never released from prison since 1999, not on parole, not. He's now more than 20. He was 18 years. He's now 42 years. That is.
So in this case of Mr. Nhlanhla, you are presenting yourself as a crusader of justice.
You know what? Not just in the case of Mr. Nhlanhla, but Mr. Nhlanhla's case is one of those cases where you find that the justice system have failed him and his family. He has no one to talk for him because he have been everywhere. There's records.
I mean yourself, you are a crusader for justice.
Yes.
And then Mr. Nhlanhla confided with you that he has been used in criminal activities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he says one of them is the Vrede Farm murder in the Free State.
Yes.
And then who else did he confide?
He confided
this heinous crime to?
In his lawyer, because all the evidence is with a lawyer. He asked me to get a police to go to him to take a statement. They did go.
No, it's fine. He confided to his lawyer.
Yes.
To your knowledge, how long has this lawyer been sitting with this information?
The lawyer is now, because this is a new lawyer, the previous lawyer also tried to go everywhere, because they even wrote a letter to the inspecting judge president, the judge of correctional services. They wrote to the president, they wrote to the minister of correctional service, minister of justice, the same lawyer, and they are just not getting any response from anyone.
So do you have copies of those documents?
I do have.
And nobody did anything on that information?
I even communicated with Judge Edwin Cameron because I resorted to send him an email to ask him.
No, you don't have to speak to individual judges.
No, yes.
There is a procedure if you want to approach a court, if you have a matter that, because I don't understand why you will write letters to individuals when is there no court of law as an institution which you approach them to say, I have this matter which
That is what we are planning to do now, Chair, because I can also not understand why did this lawyer never take the efforts to take this matter to the court. And I guess that is the reason why he resorted to coming to me with the information.
So
the interview.
do you give us a permission to write to a professional body to which the lawyer is affiliated for them to follow him up why
I would appreciate
that matter is still unresolved,
I would appreciate it, Chair.
so that they can check if he represented the witness to
I would really
the
appreciate
best of
it.
his ability.
I would appreciate if you can do that.
And then on this Friede case, what is the evidence that you have before this committee?
The evidence that he had, he was part of he was there when the witnesses were killed. He said he was there. He exposed the hitmen. He exposed their names. He knows how the witnesses were killed. He knows where the bodies were taken. Even with the instance of Ms. Sipati Lichwana, who was an employee of Mangaung Metro. She also had information relating to the asbestos and the Freedom Farm corruption. She was killed in the same manner as the Freedom Farm. And the evidence that he presented was the laptop of Mercy Patilichwani, now recently late last year, and then 2 firearms. But those people were not shot, they were strangled. And they were tied up with wire, and acid were poured on their bodies. And he explained it, the only general that I trust, and we even pulled in military intelligence to assist us because we don't trust the police anymore in Free State, because there was also weapons that were stolen from the Tempe military base as well as vehicles that he exposed. Where is the vehicles? There's why the military intelligence also start with their own investigations. Now this general started to investigate this matter of Sipati Lichwane. The investigation officer in this matter
I have not asked you about Mercy Patilichwane.
is related to the Freedom Farm.
When I ask you a question, you respond to the question that I asked, because if we become discursive, we are going to talk the whole night.
There's evidence, Chair, and it can be confirmed. I will give you the number of the Mayor General who is currently in charge of this investigation. He's investigating this matter of the Freedom Farm.
Yeah, because you know there are so many names that you mentioned here today, so many people that you implicated. What do you want us to do with this information?
Chair, I want this ad hoc committee as a matter of urgency, because as I said, the evidence is readily available. It's not the matter of it should be investigated. The witness is there. in the instance of Mr. Nguru. He even implicates himself. All he wants is, you can arrest me, you can do whatever, but I'm tired to be kept in jail for the crimes of other people. If I need to be kept in jail,
My take is that you knew, for instance, yourself, that the 31st of October 2025 was the deadline for members of the public to make submission before this committee. In your own understanding and logic, these affected parties, why didn't they personally write to?
I guess.
For instance, you say there is a young girl who was raped by the son of Brigadier Mkhwanazi. We say you allege. Why is the family of that young girl not?
The information that I have is that investigation
And I'm not saying that you don't have locus.
The case is there, is confirmed.
I'm not saying you don't have locus standi
Yeah.
to act on behalf of these people as an interested party.
The reason why I decided.
Because a whistleblower can raise any matter, regardless.
Chairperson,
But just saying to you, why didn't they?
The reason why I decided that I'm going to be the voice of this little girl, because according to the information from the investigation officer, is that the DPP met with the mother and there was an agreement for the case to be withdrawn. And I received this information to say that there's no way that the DPP can withdraw a case of rape of a minor.
No, I'm saying that there are many cases. You mentioned the case of General, you say Mbatu.
Mbatu, yes,
Yes.
Mbatu.
Yeah, it's a host of cases that you mentioned.
That Mbatu did make a submission.
Listen,
Right.
listen, because if you speak before I finish speaking, I don't know what you'll be responding to. I'm saying these people that you act on their behalf, it's unlike what Dojeni is saying. You're coming here on behalf of many people. Or how has it occurred that not even one of them?
All I can say is maybe they, according to them, should I come here and present the cases? That's the only way the cases will be heard. Because even them, they've went through different procedures, complaints and whatever, and nothing happened. So they use me as the tool. They sent me here to say, can you please go and present our cases?
So if somebody says no, you are using this cases because you are still bitter about your unceremonious exit from the SAPS, what is your response?
That have been said a lot, Chairperson. People have been saying that I'm better because I have been dismissed from the South African Police Services. But as I said, I didn't start to blow the whistle in 2021. I started in 2008. And retaliation came while I was still employed. There's no reason why I should be better when the only goal and aim here is to expose corruption.
So the last question that I'm going to ask you is that you still remember that the evidence that you gave us, you were under oath. So, because some of these matters, there is nothing we take lightly. We are acting on behalf of ordinary South Africans who may not be able to speak, to rise and speak for themselves. And we are going to write to the respective authorities and probe these matters further. They will give us responses where we are not happy, like we read to you fully and satisfactorily. We write back to them again to say we want more information. So if we find that they have responded to our questions adequately and credibly, must we come and say to you that you lie to us under oath? For instance, there is an officer that you say is an unlawful or is an illegal citizen in this country.
There's where the problem lies, Chairperson. You are going to write to them and say they must respond. And they will respond in whichever way.
No, we're not writing to them. Citizenship in this country is confirmed by Home Affairs. We're not writing to you. We're not writing to any of the people that allegations are made against. We are writing to an authority that issues the ID that you and I have.
Okay.
To say there is this allegation. I'm just saying you must be mindful when you give us information, we process it further.
And
then you must live here with that understanding that we are going to follow up these matters.
as I referred to,
Do you support the procedure that I outlined from here to say the respective authorities against whom and individuals against whom allegations have been made, especially with a case of citizenship, will not be asking that person to say, are you a South African? We are asking an institution that must confirm.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you support that?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Dojen.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Sangoni has proposed a way in which the plea that you make with us here should be followed up. Are you satisfied with that proposal?
I am satisfied and I trust this committee to do exactly what it sets out to do.
And where is the family of General Mkhwanazi?
They're based in East London, sir.
Mm.
Yeah, they're based in East London. All of them.
They know that you are here today.
Yes, they've been sending me messages.
Yeah.
Yes, they've been sending me messages.
Okay. So, Ms. Marshall, the people for whom you spoke here today, they know that you are here. Okay. But as the chair of the committee, I have not seen any message from any one of them saying this person is representing us well. Okay. No, it's fine. Thank you so much to our two guests, Ms. Marshall and Mr. Docheni. And I must also thank our honorable members, the staff of Parliament. We did not have a good start today, Bonan. And I think tomorrow will be a better day. We forgive you for whatever weaknesses that we might have had this morning, not because you come with me from Limpopo, but because I understand that the days will not always be the same. You have been here with us every day since the committee started, and we can't crucify you for the mistakes that happen for a day or for an hour. because we don't doubt your commitment to the work of the committee. We are here today as a committee because of your tireless efforts, and we hardly mention that. I think it's important that we must tell you that this committee has depended largely on your work. So whatever happened today, every one of us find it in their hearts to forgive you and believe that tomorrow when we come back here, you are going to show us that you are still the same Ramano that we know, that we started with from the first day. And all your colleagues that you work with, Palette, Nicolette, and everybody. Let's run this last lap. There is a very important quotation that was made by President Mbeki about people who complete the race. That for you to be able to complete, you must not imagine or start to see the inclines that you are still going to run. So it's about attitude, that we can do it. It's about resilience, that we can do it and reach the finishing line. And nobody must even say, no, there is not going to be any payment for the work that we shall have done. There is not even any epaulet on our shoulders. Let's do it. We are doing it for South Africa. So I want to thank every one of you. We are coming back tomorrow to complete. Tomorrow should be the last day for public submissions and civil society organizations. So we are coming back tomorrow to do exactly that. Honorable Kola Barnett has requested that she must come on Wednesday. We have agreed. On Thursday, yes. Oh, tomorrow is Wednesday, I'm sorry. I always think it's Monday because Tuesday has become our Monday. Yeah, Honorable Kola Barnett will be here with us on Thursday. There is a likelihood that we may not have a General Patlane because that labor court matter is being adjudicated on that day. So the secretariat and the legal team will look at it and see how we reschedule his appearance. Yeah, and I want to remind you, honorable members, that the deadline was today for you to submit all questions that you have, which you need us to forward to respective authorities, including those that must go to the office of the president. And remind you again that the chair has said that in the event you are not able to submit today, because my platform closes at 5, it might have closed before you submit. Exercising his benevolence, the chair has given you until 5 o'clock tomorrow to submit those questions. Yeah, when I went to Mkhwanazi wa maphaka monara o masalangwa. Honorable members, may you please stand up and leave the chambers.